Moshi, good morning. No in-laws, which means we start on time. I really wanted to play Pokemon yesterday. I really did. But not only would my in-laws ask me, what on earth am I doing? What on earth is Twitch? And then they probably would have said, what the fuck is a Pokemon? Maybe they know what a Pokemon is. Maybe I don't know that much. You can't go assuming these things with people. Obviously, that's gonna be too loud. My God, you know when you're listening to the YouTube, it's gonna be a little on the strong end of things here. But skibbity toilets is what we need, and of course because this game can't play nice with the game capture mode. I don't know why. Oh, maybe I should try that. I did do an update, and maybe it worked out. Let's see. Game update. Let's see. Let's shut that off. Let's see. Capture. It's not. I already know it's not gonna work. I already have like like you get those weird feelings like it just is like you know it's not gonna work. It's one of those things. I don't know why. It works now. Oh my god. I can believe OBS for once in a while. Oh my god. Well, there it is. Now the hope is that like with the update is that the chat and everything works. I should probably do like a simple test as I log on in with the bunny. Maybe we'll actually get to the actual quests this side around. Oh my god, thank you, Ra. You saved me the hassle. Ra, good morning to you. How are you? My wonderful friend. And Asahai. Does this guy know he's named after a beer? Probably. I'd love to drink you up now, wouldn't I? Anyway, just like get right on into it, right? Story is getting exciting. Do we want to murder these birds with my little Estinian guy here who's just going to be here for moral support? Maybe not. I don't know. Let's roll on into it and see what he's got to say. A guilty conscience. The Wusky is feeling pretty good. Went to bed and woke up early. Well, that's good. How early? Like ridiculously early? Like were you expecting to wake up at like say 9 a.m. and you woke up at like 5 a.m. or like it's like woke up at 8 a.m. type of thing? I guess there could be so many things of waking up early. Well, enough of that little ordeal. I believe it might be time for us to return to the Enclave. Return, my lord? But what of Namai? You seem so eager to observe the villagers going about their daily lives. To be frank, I still am, and rather doubt the good people of Namai would take kindly to the sight of a man in imperial uniform with blood still dripping from his blade. Even in your company, my presence would only prove a distraction. Fret not, however, thanks to the three of you, I have seen a great deal of more than I otherwise would. With any luck, Lord Hien will have finished considering my proposal by the time we return. Usually you wake up at 7:30 and you woke up at 6. That's not too bad. Not too bad. What I really like is like when I wake up early, like out of the annoyance of like, oh, I could have slept in today, but like actually feeling like you're actually well rested. And like you get to do a couple of those extra things, especially like much like in my house, like my son isn't awake, the wife isn't awake. Not that I don't really get my alone time, because we're really all respectful of each other and that and whatnot. But it's nice to just be able to like put the coffee down and just sit back, relax, and that it is what it is. And you decided not to wait for the tariffs to kick in and end up purchasing my computer components, so now I'm in the recuperating cog. Did you get your GPU already? I guess like of all things, the GPU and CPU are the big costs, right? Like I would assume like I know motherboards can be expensive, but like outside of that, pretty much everything's not overly expensive, I guess at that point yet, right? Like I was looking at doing like a RAM upgrade, and sort of realized that like that's probably the cheapest bang for your buck, probably would be my guess. I would probably like to go from 16 to 32, and you can pretty much do that for under $100, which is really nice. Just gotta make sure, I guess, you get the right speed and whatnot. Obviously, like, you know, I'm not running a DDR5. Where are they at? DDR6 now? I think I'm DDR4, but, you know, then all your different speeds that are capable and whatnot. But it's all good. Where are we heading here? Am I okay? Now I can go into the water. Fighting these water serpents. Do they want a piece of me right now because I'm singing? No, they don't. First auctions are ending tonight, and later on this morning I'll be able to go sell a leaf blower and get another $50. And no more leaves, right? That's essentially what's happening. No more leaves. People don't have leaves. They don't need a leaf blower. Or have you thought of this, Ara? Keeping the leaf blower, and that becomes your new like air duster, right? Just think of the power you would hold. Everything's bought. Getting plenty of parts yesterday. Now I'm just waiting on the case, the GPU, and the RAM to arrive. Okay, what GPU did you go with? If I'm sure you answered this, and I probably already forgotten. I'm terribly sorry. I just need to get a little fight in here. Just wet the whistle. Oh, wrong button again. Oh god, I hate when I do that. Get out of here. I don't want any part of you. On we go. Go this way. Follow the path, Jordan. That usually does lead you to good things. Probably should start getting used to calling out my my chocobo again. That would probably be good. There's a volume out. We could probably up that. I don't know. This is the weirdest thing of, like, I feel like, you know, I said this before, that I felt like that the music wasn't loud enough, and I look at everything else. I'm like, you know, what's that sweet spot? It sounds so not loud to me, but, you know, it's all sorts of different things. Ah, the docs. I thought that said stripper, and I was like, well, it could be him. It could be. All are free to travel in and out of the Enclave. Do you seek passage? I mean, yeah, I do. Get me on over there. So your new setup, if you manage to put the computer together correctly, a 7800 X3D CPU, Radeon. That's the new. Those are both the new AMD stuff, right? The Radeon. There's a 7900, and then there's a 7900 XTX, which is the special one. 64 gigs of RAM, 4 terabytes of storage, and a 1000-watt PSU to run it all. That is gonna look wonderful. I am jelly. Do you mind? You mind if I ask how much that set you back? I mean, I know some people don't like talking money and whatnot. Special recipes. I've never hit that button in my life. Is that why you're showing me? I've never hit the letter N. That was H. H for the logs. We'll get there. Ah, you Gertie, you're back. I feel like the recommendations could be a little. It's probably the one. Is notices recommendations? Because it's not. It would be over here, and it's just not. Okay. I don't want to mess around with stuff because I like it the way we have. The 9070 series is kind of the top of the line for AMD. They're going to be releasing new cards later this year that will top my GPU to try to compete with the 50 series NVIDIA. So I thought the 7900 was their equivalent to the 5070, just slightly better. I guess because I thought AMD was not looking to be like the. They don't want to have something that's gonna compete with the 5090 or whatnot. I mean, I'm sure they could, but like, I know Steam isn't the best take, but when you look at like the Steam hardware surveys that they do, because they just basically they survey your stuff that they want to know people are playing. Like the people that are running 5090s or 4090s, and I think even 3090s, if you want to go back that far, is well under like 1%, I believe. Now, mind you, like I looked at that, like, you know, all of the 60 series cards seems to be that sweet spot of where I think it's the, you know, like you're not talking like anything really over, I think 7 or 8%, but I think that's what, like, I think in total 20% of people using Steam are running a 60 variant card or an AMD equivalent. And then, like, you know, then it drops down of like, you know, then I think it's like 12% of people are running a 70 card, and then it's like, you know, 80 is like 4%, and then a 90 is like 1%. Like it's I mean, because they're expensive, right? But thanks again for agreeing to join me. If not for your aid, the Kojin may well have overwhelmed us. Pray go on ahead. Lord Heian is expecting you, and I will remain without and keep watch over our guest. Well, we best not keep him waiting. Still got to get a monitor and keyboard, so I'll have to shop for something I like. This gaming laptop I'm currently typing on will be selling soon after. I mean,
it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It sure is, Cat. It sure is. I got the Gretzky's creamer before I get into the coffee though, or into the beer though. But oh, so so there's a newer series that they had. Maybe I was incorrect. Yeah, like so the 7900 isn't their newest one, right? The newest one is the 90 series or whatever. I wish they could figure out a better naming convention for these things. That's what I would really prefer. Because I know everyone's like, the AMD cards are like actually people can buy. That's the ridiculous part. It is the weekend, baby. Yeah. Beacon Guardsman, hi. You gonna take me on in to show Bobby Heenan? Ah, everyone's there. Nice bright red carpet. How you doing? Yeah, like I again, I don't think my next computer is probably still a few years off. I'm more than happy with, you know, how everything plays right now, and I haven't really run into a stumbling block, and I don't really need to play anything in Ultra and whatnot. That might change a little bit because I did just recently jump up to 2K and 180 hertz, so maybe that'll change a little bit going forward, because I was always playing at 1080 60. But like I said, everything I've thrown at it has been okay, but I'm playing a lot of older games at the moment. Nothing brand. I guess like something like try, you know, I guess you would have to say something like maybe the Oblivion remaster and see, like, you know, what pushes that, or you know, am I able to get medium settings out of that type of thing. You had no interest in ray tracing or 4K gaming, so AMD was the way to go for me. Oh yeah, that makes sense for sure. And even AMD, they have their own, like, I don't think they have ray tracing or whatever. If they do, it's their own thing. And they also have like their own frame generation. Like they have their own, you know, like Nvidia has like what, DLSS, AMD has their own something or whatever. I was gonna say like FSR, that's what it was. Yeah, it's all the same. But I was gonna say, like, for streaming, and I would assume like those newer cards can probably brute force a lot of things. But the one thing that I looked at, and specifically that Nvidia does, and I'm a little shocked that AMD doesn't do this, but again, maybe they don't need to. But Nvidia cards, specifically, I think starting with the 20 series, they allocate a special part of the VRAM that's not included in the overall VRAM, dedicated to like streaming stuff, so that you're not utilizing your card while playing a game. So like, you know, I got a 3060 12 gigabyte card, and I believe there's like a separate, I want to say it's 2 gigabytes of some type of weird streaming RAM. I'll just call it VRAM, but like that's set aside to be utilized for streaming. I don't notice it. I don't even know if I would notice it. Like, my CPU and my GPU things on OBS are never like going over like 6%, 7%. Obviously the GPU runs and plays the game, you know, at usually 90 or 100%, but I never really noticed like hitching or anything like that, so that makes me assume that it's working like that. So yeah, it's something that NVIDIA came up with like a few years ago. It's like a separated thing. They have like a very simple block way of explaining it. They have like your VRAM in like a green setting, and then there's like this little chunk of this pie chart that shows like dedicated streaming RAM or something, and it's meant for like OBS like things of like, so it's not utilizing when you're playing a game, it's just being utilized when you're doing that type of stuff. But again, I'm not playing a game that's overly going crazy to use 12 gigabytes of VRAM. That sounds crazy to even speak of, but you know, that seems like the minimum you need nowadays, even though NVIDIA thinks 8 is okay. But like, you know, like AMD, like aren't their cards pushing 16? Like, to think of like, unless you're really pushing something for, you know, 2K 300 bajillion, you know, frame rate, like I don't think it would really matter, because I would think it would just brute force it in the end, so I wouldn't know. It's been a long time since I've used an AMD card. That was my first build, and then I replaced it with a 970 GTX back in the day. Yeah, like that's more than enough VRAM. That's really nice to have, though. Welcome back, my friend. Yuguri tells me you accompanied her and Asahai on a tour of Yanxia. I'd hoped that you might take the opportunity to recover from your exertions at Sakazuki, but I gather your time was well spent. Until the ambassador affords Yuguri a chance to make a full report, however, I must rely on you to supply the details. So please, tell us how it all unfolded. The Red Kojin? Here? Have there been any other such incidents since the liberation? Not that I am aware of. If they were planning some new venture here in Yanxia, I will probably need to increase patrols. In any event, I am indebted to you for fighting them off, but tell me, and don't be modest, was Asahai truly the first to leap to the youngster's aid? He was. I was quick to doubt him when we first met, but his desire to save them seemed quite genuine. It's possible he truly believes in what he's saying. In the time I've known you, you've always been an excellent judge of character. What do you make of the ambassador? I like the silence. I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm wearing mittens, for fuck's sakes. Confounds you too, I see. And for that reason alone, we would be fools to underestimate him. Regardless of his aim, I am resigned to playing for his game. For now, at least. Well, forswearing summoning should be simple enough, considering you never dabbed it in the first place, which just leaves a somewhat thorny question of how to please the Red Kojin. It was with the very question in mind I sought Alfnod's counsel. Thanks to his knowledge of the icons and the rituals used to invoke them, I believe we've identified a workable solution. As you may recall, Susanoo was summoned forth using the power of relics locked away in the Kojin's treasure vault on the Isle of Zeki, and though said relics remain there to this day, it's almost certain the act of summoning exhausted their stores of ether, making subsequent summonings impossible. Assuming that's the case, preventing the primal's return nests on denying the Red Kojin means to amass new stores of ether, or via the acquisition of crystals or the relics they want to collect. For this, I plan to enlist the aid of our friends, the Blue. That's hard. The Blue Kojin. Since Doma's liberation, we have forged a closer bond with Bunchkin and his people. And with the support, I'm quite confident we can keep the Red from obtaining what they require to call upon this Susanoo. And what of the prisoners? They will be exchanged as agreed, and we'll give full credit to Asahai for the success of the transaction. If there's aught we can do to help the populace garner favor, I mean to see it done. It'll be neat to see how many people are waiting for the end of my auctions to place a bid. Some of the stuff is only one bidder, but it's like 15 to 20. What do you have the auctions on? Is it just eBay or is it something else? But first, I've got some unfinished business to attend to. Would you all come with me? Yes, of course, but what manner of business? A past mistake which I would see put right. one which is weighed upon heavy on my mind. Yeah, that's about how that plays for eBay. You know, a final flurry of bidding at the end, because it's sort of at the same thing, unless you have a buy it now, and if you do, it's not like an overly terrible pricing. Like, most people are just going to wait to see where the action is.
I had her brought here in secret while the three of you kept our guest company.
Like, I remember a long time since I used eBay, back in my poker playing days. But if anyone's ever remembered, like, remember the celebrity poker game? Like, I fell in love with, like, the chipset that they used. And so I'd seen it pop up. And, you know, it was something like, there's a bidding for it that someone had, and it was like, you know, 150, 200 bucks, and there was a buy it now for like 250. And I was like, that's not too bad. And, I just said, buy it now. And then, you know, I would watch subsequent auctions to see how much people were paying them for. And people are like paying $400 or $500 for these things later on. And I was like, okay, that's a little out there, but I was happy I got a good deal out of it. So you gonna cut her head off?
The world has not been kind to you, it is true. But that does not excuse your sins. You should be at the bottom of the river. Yet here you are, the living, breathing proof of my failure. A failure for which I would now make amends.
What did I do? I don't remember. Was it really so terrible? Tell me, please. What did I do?
Off with her head. You really tell the details in her eyes, too.
But at whose feet do those
I don't know if that's like the NVIDIA filter making a little bit of a pop or not. And that's another thing, too, Ra. I do feel like a lot of things like AMD will play catch up, and I hate to use that word catch up because I don't think that's really correct to say, but the NVIDIA filter that we're rocking on this, and it works for many games. So I mean, I'll just, this isn't probably the best song, but I'll,
with the soldiers who committed the crimes, or those who commanded them to do so.
Something with his face, and you'll see, like, you know, I'll show it. You're not going to see this, but there's game filters, and I never really like to use them. But like, so it's on right now with a couple of settings. This is with it off. I don't like, oh, you know what I'm realizing? I don't know if you guys see it or not. So, oh, you know what? Okay. It's funny. So it doesn't, you guys don't see the difference. I just realized this, but you guys were seeing the difference before when I was using my monitor share, but now that you don't see it, like, so it really adds a little bit of a pop to it. I think I can just swap it out. So let's see. So that's the difference. That's probably the easier difference. You turn it on and you turn it off. You can see like the colors pop. I don't think AMD has something like that yet, but at the same time, I don't think like it's something that they absolutely need at the moment.
For all have a conscience, and all must choose. But with no memory of who she is or what she has done, what sin remains to be cleansed?
You're surprised when your cameras were doing so well. A Canon PowerShot 620. Going to be selling it more than I bought it brand new. Sitting at 310 and bought it for like 260 7 years ago. Ooh. Is that one of those things that you could use like as a webcam if you really wanted to?
You ask that I show mercy.
I see so many streamers go that route, like go with like a DSLR as their webcam. It's ridiculous.
I ask why the heavens so fit to deny me my rest.
Yeah, usually what you need to do is
but the bitter memories of her life.
You need to buy like somewhere, because like usually these cameras have like an automatic shut off because they're not meant to be on all the time. So what people buy is like there's an extended battery you can buy for a lot of these cameras because now they're realizing people are using them for streaming. So like an extended battery, and then there's like a power pack thing, like so like you can always have it plugged in so it doesn't auto shut off. And then you have to buy like a a mini HDMI to go to your capture card so that it can capture, because webcams are usually USB, you know, that's simple, you plug it in and play, but I'm sure there are USB cameras, but I don't know if they work that way for like a video out to in type of thing.
You truly think it the will of the Kami? If so, her life is not mine to take. It is yours to safeguard. Come the hour of the exchange, if her memories have not returned, she may remain here in Doma to live out her days as Tsuyu. But if they do, the Guardians shall have their viceroy. Though the people will protest, they will come to accept my decision when they have been reunited with their loved ones.
I mean, I'm assuming you use your camera to take pictures, Ara, so you don't stream, I don't think, so. Or it's not as much as maybe overly matter.
Thank you, my lord.
Now then, I believe we have kept our guest waiting long enough.
It's funny looking at this. We talked about this before of like, you know, where Final Fantasy is like slowly updating things and certain things they decide to update. Like his face looks fantastic. And then you look at his jacket and you can literally see the pixels. But then they're like, no, but then we'll spend money on his weapon and make sure that that's good. That makes me believe of like something to do with like their filters was able to make all faces look good, and maybe this weapon is available elsewhere, so like it's just the same model, but obviously this coat isn't available, so it doesn't get the same model. I don't know. It was one for the yearbook you designed for pharmacy school, then it got shelved. Do you have a far better camera than that now? Everybody with glowing swords.
Did Gosetsu not seem strange to you?
A little.
His sympathy for your Tsuyu apart, I mean.
Any plans for the weekend,
I know his
Ara
powers of
and Cat?
endurance only too well. But after all he has suffered, even he should not be on his feet. He puts on a brave face for our sakes, but it would not surprise me if he lacked the strength to raise his blade. Though I suppose if he and Yotsu are to enjoy a life of peace and quiet, he will have little use for it.
And that's fine, Ara. I know absolutely streaming is not for everybody. A lot of people think they can stream and want to, and then they sort of realize like this isn't the way to play games. I am of both thoughts. I mean, I do like being a viewer and I do like being a streamer. It works well for both things.
It falls to us to shape that future, one in which he need never again set foot on the battlefield.
I think a lot of the hurdles to a lot of people is A, the commitment, B, you know, the setup and everything, right? People may not have a webcam or a microphone or, and not that you really need those things. They certainly, you know, help. Of like, there are audiences out there that will not even look at a stream if someone doesn't have a webcam, or you know, a lot of, you know, headsets are becoming a lot better nowadays, and you know, you can obviously really set up your mixers to really help out your voice and whatnot, but you know, obviously then spending a little bit more extra to have a better microphone. It's funny, I was listening to Joe Rogan, trying to think who he was interviewing, but he was going on about his very early podcast. You know, he didn't even know of it as it being a podcast, and he was, you know, he was talking about his early setup days, right? Like, you know, a shitty webcam, you know, throw it up on the internet, do it in a back room of the comedy club, And he joked that he had he forgot what they were called, but he was using Blue Yetis as microphones. Now, of course, he's a big time podcaster who's he's got the best of the best equipment ever possible, type of thing. But everyone's got to start somewhere, and sometimes I've been amazed at some people who really do spend a lot of money on a lot of equipment, without really trying to massage them out a little bit more. So like someone like myself really could have gone out and was like, okay, I got a little bit of disposable income, I want to improve my streaming setup. I don't like the way I sound, and go and buy a new microphone. I've heard good things about Shure or Rode or whatever, and then just go out and buy $500, $600, $1,000 microphone because they see other podcasters use it or other streamers use it, not realizing that they're probably being sponsored and paid. But then they sound the same or a little bit better. But like you're like, oh, like I would say like really go through if and it doesn't have to be for streaming, but it could be for anything. If you're just talking with people on Discord, really go through your EQ settings and your settings for your source, and really massage it to the way you can. And then once you've exhausted that, if you're still not happy with the way you sound, then that's something that like, okay, maybe I have to go to something else, maybe an XLR input instead of over a USB or stuff like that. But like I said, I followed a bajillion tutorials on stuff that really make this microphone set the way it could be, and I'm more than happy with its results, and I don't think I would ever replace it, like unless I just had like stupid money for no reason. I think this is more than adequate. It really is. It does the job. The webcam is another thing. I would love to get something a little bit better. I think this is 1080 30. Now we're getting in the days of where like sort of like I don't stream yet. It's possible. I don't think Twitch does 2K streaming yet, or at least not for affiliates. YouTube does. So I could start showing my feed in 2K. But again, it's not. A lot of people overthink that type of stuff of when, like, okay, like, it's also dependent upon your audience's internet. If internet is not the best for your audience, they're not gonna be able to watch in 2K or whatnot. There's enhanced things that are going out, but for the most part, I still think your average viewer is rocking 1080 60. They might be playing stuff in 4K, but to put that feed back out is going to be on the tough side, obviously. With the Yutsuyu safely in Grosutsu's care, all that remains to answer Asahai's or Asahi's, I think it's Asahi's, proposal. I realize other matters demand your attention, but would ask that you stay a while longer to see this business through. Yeah, it sounds like troubles are brewing before I leave and continue on here. And you know what's funny? Like, I did the same thing. I listened to like Joe Rogan's early podcasts, and like, of course, he doesn't sound perfect. He probably wasn't doing anything overly good. I did the same thing. I looked back at my earlier streams.
My apologies. Our deliberations took longer than expected.
Back before I had a microphone stand, I just had literally the Blue Yeti just sitting in front of me. I didn't know anything about sound or how to adjust things or anything like that. I just like plugged it in, game on, sound on, and the difference is a little bit there. I always think like really the biggest thing for gaming, and I'm still shocked sort of at the amount of people that don't do it, is ducking their audio. I am really shocked at the amount of big streamers who don't do it. Maybe they don't do it because they feel like it's taking away from the game, and I guess like it depends on your outlook of like what is supposed to be the spotlight of a stream, right? Are you showcasing yourself? Are you showcasing the game? Are you showcasing everything overall? It depends. but I always found of like, you know, especially if if you have a thought that you want to get across, or a rant, as we like to do here, I think it's really important of like, you know, you're emphasizing what you want to be important. And so like, you know, if you what I do is I duck my game audio, so like when I'm talking, the game audio quiets a little bit, so that obviously I am going to be heard. And then, you know, it works in the opposite end as well. When I shut up eventually, the game audio goes back to its normal level, and you don't hear me saying or breathe, or, you know, like, yeah, it's an absolute wonderful mix and a balance that you have to do. But until you find that and do it, you know.
Think nothing of it. The time afforded me the opportunity to go on a rather rousing excursion through Yansha. You have reached a decision then?
I still think this guy is up to no good. I don't know why, but he gives off that vibe.
We are willing to cooperate with you in combating the Icon threat, and also in the exchange of prisoners. Assuming you accept our conditions, of course. As you know, your sister is in our care. Due to certain complications, however, we are hesitant to release her into your custody.
I mean, I like the little breeze coming on in, but I don't like it interfering with my wonderful view. You have to get going though. I have to make sure I'm on time for the guy interested in the leaf blower, but I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you very much, Ara. Have a wonderful weekend, and I hope you make lots of money on your leaf blower, and all good for the computer coming your way.
Complications?
She was inside Doma Castle when it collapsed. Though she survived, she remembers nothing of her past life. Not even her name.
Part of me still believes a little bit of that is bullshit. I think she's just playing a really good ruse on us all.
To clarify, she is in our care not as a prisoner, but as a vulnerable citizen of Doma.
Are you saying you refuse to release her?
Not at all. If her memory returns before the appointed hour.
And if not, what exactly? You will accommodate her here in Doma?
Well, I sincerely doubt she will be of any great strategic value to the Empire. She spends her days daydreaming of Dango.
Dango? How dreadful.
What the fuck is Dango?
Very well. In light of our recent misstep in Sakazuki, it seems only fair that I show you the same understanding you have shown us. Though I do have one small request. Regardless of Yotsuyu's value to the Empire, she is yet my sister. Before I leave, might you permit me to speak with her in private?
Oh, I think I need a beer for this, because I think shit's gonna hit the fan. Be right back. Oh, God. All right. I'm starting to get smart here. I'm starting to put the beer in my actual kitchen fridge, so I don't have to actually like go places to grab it. You know, in my exotic mansion apartment that consists of probably 600 square feet, you know. It's far to walk, right? More so I don't wake the cat. But cheers.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
That's what Kat told me anyways, so I'm gonna believe her. Even if it's not, I'm a smart man, I'm aware of time zones. It's gotta be true. There's a guy who wrote a song about it.
Of course. Perhaps you could even bring her a plate of dango. She would be most pleased.
Okay, so it's a food. I thought Dango was like a person and I was missing something.
Yugiri will see you to her chambers.
I do love Yuguri's outfit though. That's fantastic. Well, forgive me, my lord, but is he not gone over long? Perhaps I should... Calm yourself, Gosetsu. I understand your concern, but we have to wait. He deserves that much. Oh, like, we didn't even get to see... Although you did have Yuguri. I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting. Thank you for your understanding. Long did I dream of this reunion, but never did I imagine it would be so joyless. Part of me hoped your stories of her condition were just that, but alas, it's as you say. So do you remember anything of this man? Anything at all? No. I'm a stranger to her. That much was clear to me from a single look. I leave her in your care. As you wish. Now, if you'll excuse me, my superiors are long overdue a report. They will be elated to hear of our agreement. That I have no doubt. As for the exchange itself, once I have obtained the relevant permissions, I will arrange for your people to be relieved of their various duties and sent here to Yanxia. That will take time, of course. Of course, you and me rest assured your soldiers will be well cared for until your return. We'll also begin taking steps to better counter the threat of the Kojin and their icon. Before you take your leave, though, there is one other matter. I'm informed it was you who took the lead in rescuing 2 young domans from a band of Kojin sellswords. I have not yet had the time to thank you properly. Oh, please, there is no need to thank me. I only did what anyone would do under the circumstances. Fortunately, I was in good company at the time. The blight of the Red Kojin is of the Emperor's making, and were it not for our transgressions, those children would not have needed saving. The people of Doma have suffered enough, my lord, and I promise to do all in my power to spare them further pain, be it at the hands of the Kojin or indeed the Empire. I pray the Emperor will see things as you do. There may be hope for us all. Until we meet again, I'm just gonna share a thought here. I could be wrong. But if she's playing the super long con, she's faking it, and he just puts on a good face, the fucking is about to happen. Garleans cannot be trusted. Except for maybe that Brother Nero guy. I don't know, he seems okay. Gosetsu, as before, I leave the Otsuyu to you. I invite the rest of you to join me outside. Let's treat Asahi to a proper farewell. Can you imagine he's gonna have his goddamn army just sitting out there waiting? That would be hilarious. Sorry, just messaging the peeps. Alright, let's step outside. God, yeah, this is just such a small little space, but like, you know, everything just looks really nice in here. The ambassador's airship awaits at Castrum Flumineth. Let us be off. God, anytime going to a castrum sounds just disastrous. It's disaster waiting to happen. Ooh, cutscene. Get out of the way, you cursor. I keep forgetting how small his airship is. Like, you know, just...
I wish you were
It's a
safe,
disappointment. A hazy IPA for 10:30 in the morning beer. Wonderful. A little heavy maybe,
This
but
has been a most enjoyable visit. I look forward to our next meeting. Maxima, would you take the others and see that all is ready for our departure? I simply cannot leave without first giving thanks to the Warrior of Light for accompanying me through Yansha.
stabs me right in the chest.
Mark me, savior of the savages. There will be a reckoning.
Look at that face. I fucking knew it.
You've nowhere left to run, traitor!
Ignorant savages! Killing us will avail you naught. For every Imperial you cut down, 1,000 more will come. Abandon this foolish endeavor and surrender. You may yet serve our righteous cause.
How dare you speak of righteousness? You who forsook kith and kin to serve conquerors! Be glad I grant you this mercy. What in the...
Oh. They are so dead.
Reinforcements? No, just one! Cut him down!
Do they not know? When you see... This is like the equivalent of seeing Darth Vader. Like, do they not know? Look at the guy's armor. When one guy just shows up, like... This is like Brock Lesnar's, like, music hitting. When, you know, if everyone's talking about that, you know, 100 people versus one gorilla moment meme. That dude's twitching there a little bit. Just the wind. Not happy with the gun blade, sir?
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
This one is promising. Who remains to offer us resistance?
Oh, don't apologize about being late at all, Biscuits. How are you? Happy Friday.
A host of rebels led by Lord Cayenne hold the Enclave across the river.
I mean, sure. It might be an hour into the stream, but probably, roughly speaking, we're probably about 6 minutes of questing in. So, you know.
Lord Cayenne.
Getting ready to turn around to something like maybe, I hope, maybe today we actually get to do something. I mean, we could always do something. We could always do a dungeon or something, but it's always a lot more fun to do something that's actually story related.
The king of the former king of Dorma.
How long I got today? Pretty much the same as usual. Any other day, I'll probably wrap it up around 2-ish, 2:30-ish p.m. We'll see.
Is that what they say?
We'll see where the rants take us today, right?
Who was that?
What? Does nobody know who this guy is?
Surely you jest. That was Xenos Galvus, legatus of the 12th, the Crown Bloody Prince. I heard he was strong, but that was frightening.
That was Lord Xenos.
Yes. So it's funny. Just before you would come in, oh, okay, fair enough. That's what. But so I was like, I still think this guy is up to no good. But he met up with his sister. She didn't know who he was. Yuguri watched over that meeting, apparently. I wasn't privy to the meeting, so I don't even know as the player what went on. But he said, like, oh, fine. If she wants to stay in Doma, she doesn't know who I am, I'll leave. So right now we're just meeting him at the beach at his airship. So he's saying his goodbyes to everybody, and everyone's fine. And he's like, oh, let me speak to the Warrior of Light. And he comes over, and his face, like, Asahi's face, just like, oh, he's like pissed. And I was like, there it is. Like, he knows what the fuck's going on. Like, it's all a charade. I just don't know who's all in on the charade type of thing. But his face, like, I don't know if anyone is currently seeing it. Yeah, the mask off scene. Like, he's specifically just looking at me. I'm off to the side. And he's specifically just saying, like, basically, go fuck yourself, essentially. And then the flashback happened. Which means, you know, I'm probably out to lunch with, Oh, I thought I'd be, like, collapsed with everyone around me wondering what the fuck's going on. Yeah.
Everything you are, your power, even your face, it vexes me.
Like, that face is terrifying. Like, he's been so cordial to literally everybody up until this point. Not that I couldn't see through it. I saw this coming, but yeah, I will say, they almost had me. Like, literally, I was like, oh, like, we're literally seeing him off. Like, okay, see you later.
Go on. Lash out like the beast you are at an emissary and jeopardize the newfound peace between Dorma and the Empire.
Things like this make me really wonder of, like, literally like what he says. Like, he knows he's got me in a really sticky situation, but I don't understand of how could I not go to Lord Heian literally right after this and go like, I don't like it. It stinks. I could be like, did you not just see him talking to me? Like, he told me it's bullshit. Okay. I'm just saying, like, I know, like, the Warrior of Light is, you know, we work as a team with the Scions, and there's a lot of working parts to a way things work type of thing, but it's just like, you know.
My lord was destined to lead us unto a glorious new age. Your light is nothing to his radiance.
Oh, true, yes. Yes, we are the literal Warrior of Light. We have a lot of allies. And I think I talked about this before. And maybe I didn't get the answer, or I'll say I forgot about the answer. The game as itself, like Final Fantasy XIV, is it determined to be that there is just one Warrior of Light, like story-wise? Like I'm the Warrior of Light. There's only one of me, right? I know, like, you know, a game of millions of people playing, but that's the take, right? Like the game doesn't exist in a way of like, oh, there's millions of Warriors of Light type of thing, right? That's not how it works, I believe. Like, because I'll say in comparison, like, World of Warcraft refers to yourself as a champion. I guess you could argue that that's a Warrior of Light, but their take is that they know that there are millions of champions, because they also have, much like in this game, like they have their big characters that help out with stuff, but they don't think of the champion as just being one person. Like, sure, there are things, but they will act as, like, you know, there are many champions. But the problem with the thing with the Warrior of Light in comparison to, say, the champion of World of Warcraft, the Warrior of Light is seen as like the almighty, powerful, I don't want to say a god, but that's what they are. No one really fucks around with them. Whereas in World of Warcraft, you, the player, aren't necessarily the most powerful being, you know, in the world. There's bosses, there's you know, leaders of cities who are far more powerful than you as the champion. So it's that different take of, like, they do know that they have to remind you separately. So that's the way. Hold on, I gotta check something. Sorry.
I will cherish this moment, lock it away within my heart, until the day we meet again.
Imagine they just unleashed a bunch of fucking weapons. Fucking Death Star. So that's the thing that you would at this point know. You're the Warrior of Light, but there are others who were gifted Hydaelyn's Echo. Minfilia, for example, I think is the only one you know of aside from yourself. Yes, like, there might be one other one, I'm trying to think, but yes, like people that you remember seeing with the crystal. There is not many of them, but I'm trying to remember. maybe super early on in the game, doesn't the game sort of show like many people going to the crystal to sort of say like, yes, this is an MMO type of thing? Like, it's weird. Yeah. Oh, maybe. Oh, and everyone else is just an adventure. Okay, that makes sense.
You look troubled, my friend. Was it something he said?
You don't say. I have to assume he's telling him. I certainly hope so.
Of all the memories to witness.
I had my doubts about him, but I would never have guessed he was a disciple of Xenos. My lord.
Calm yourself, Yugiri. I set no store by him or his enlightened brethren. But if by treating with them there is even the faintest hope, we might secure the return of our conscripted brothers and sisters, I must play this game. After the way I risked their lives in the rebellion, I owe them.
All right, so he realizes that there might be a ruse, but he's got to play the game in order to get his other soldiers back himself.
My lord, you bear no blame for their fate.
If not blame, then responsibility. They were prisoners, and still I chose to fight, knowing they could be executed in retaliation. But now we have a chance to bring them home. If it means bargaining with a monster, so be it.
My lord.
Besides, I think he likes me, which is more than some can say.
Makes no sense. Why would he bother keeping up the pretense for so long, only to drop it right before the very end? Perhaps he no longer thought it necessary, having secured Doma's cooperation in the prisoner exchange. If he truly is a disciple of Xenos, it's possible emotion simply got the better of him. Remaining calm around the man who slew his lord would have taken its toll. Whatever the explanation, now is not the time for hasty reprisals. We shall proceed as planned. The Red Kojin must be placed under surveillance and the Garlean prisoners made ready for the exchange. But you need not concern yourself with the details. Leave the affairs of Doma to us. When the hour of exchange draws near, we will call for you. I should certainly hope so. Whatever the Empire's true intent, we should be handed on to play our part, either to defend Doma or to help usher in a lasting peace. I'd thought that he might use this time to return to Eorzea, but given the volatility of the situation, perhaps it would be best if we remained in Kugani. Agreed. And between Yusitsu's amnesia and Asahi's dubious agenda, I'd say we have ample reason to remain in the neighborhood. If anything should happen, anything at all, you must send for us at once. Oh, I will. On that you have my word. Charting a path through the sea of troubles promises to be difficult enough. I am so proud to have this attempt feat alone. To Kugani, then. Tatru and the others must know of what transpired here. Alright, is this like anywhere close? No, we're gonna drive on over there. Oh, skibbities. Doc Brown, where is your DeLorean, sir? Oh, so there is a jog now. I see that. It's very nice. running just got better. Sprinting, I guess, should have got better. Ah, Hancock, how are you? My, it seems you're all in quite the predicament. Well, we should receive any urgent missives from Doma. Rest assured, you'll be the first to know of it. Yes, of course. We're discussing ideas to replenish our coffers, but I suppose that all I can is wait if urgent news should come our way through the office. About that, I wish to apologize, Tatru. It was reckless of me to make such a purchase without consulting you first. You may be certain, however, that I mean to reimburse the Scions, even if it means drawing upon my personal funds. Oh, that's very thoughtful of you, but I'm sure it won't come to that. If Sorbonne's business proposition is as promising as it sounds, Bastion should have no difficulty wiping the red from our ledger. Why is that funny? You counting on me and my 6 million, Gil? Forgive me, Bastion, it would seem I've unwillingly heaped my financial troubles upon you. I swear I will pay you back. Though I fear I will struggle to cobble together anything of monetary value, knowledge I can gather in abundance. To start, I plan to investigate the divisions forming within the Empire, and mayhap Riol and his associates have heard something on the subject. Welcome back! Just had to chime on in on a quick meeting about what I'm working on. Did you tell them that it was a Friday and you're not really going to work on it at all, but, you know, you'll just keep up appearances? Regardless, the more we know about the politics of Garlemald, and the better our chances of predicting the Imperial's next move, which might yield you an advantage on the day of the prisoner exchange. Knowing what we do of Asahi's apparent resentment towards you, I cannot say what he hopes to gain from it. But if there is the faintest chance from a lasting peace could be forged between Dome and the Empire, what choice do we have but to try? Lord Hien has the right of it. Asahi may be very well a monster, but we must play his game. For now. Yeah, so you were right. Essentially, they realized, like, hey, like, we've got to play the game. That's what it is. You know. Armor? Armor? Armor. Everything is armor. Which one would I want here? There's fending. Maiming. And striking. I mean, fending to me seems like tank gear. Maiming seems like magic gear. And striking would be DPS gear. You don't mind these check-in calls because of all the graphic designers going through their tasks. Guy Fieri for Halloween several years ago at a different job. She shared a pic of her, so I turned into an emote called Flavortown. That is hilarious. Give me a second. I've got to see if I can add some peeps. Let's see. Can I modify? Modify? 5 people? No. So I made a reservation at a restaurant for my wife and my son for Mother's Day on Sunday, and now she's asked me to see if I can modify to add 2 more people. And so now I'm trying to see if I can modify it, but like, you know, things are going to be pretty busy, and I don't think I can now, which is the problem. Like, this is the reason why I ask these things. Can't change. All right. I'm just gonna not dick around with that. So so red mage is a weird thing of like you sort of do a little bit of both. I know I don't defend. I know that much, but I don't know if it's this one and whether this even matters at this point. Maybe who fucking cares? Maiming, sure. Arranging the prisoner exchange proved easier than I thought. Yes, my lord will be most pleased. Everything is going according to plan. Is this the Eye of Sauron? Or is that just a lovely little sunset?
Can you truly remember nothing? Nothing at all?
Were we friends?
Yes. We were good friends, you and I. In fact, I've brought you a gift. I pray that one day soon, as you gaze into that mirror, you will remember the woman staring back at you.
Is that like some type of weird camera? You can see what's going on all the time?
It's so pretty. Who are you? Who are you?
Isn't she looking in a mirror? Isn't she looking at herself? Meanwhile, in the Imperial capital, what is Skillshare? I don't know what that is.
How are you feeling, my lord?
Fine, now leave me.
Haven't I seen him before? It's an online learning tool where people post educational videos and learning courses for several things. So you could use Skillshare to learn Photoshop from a professional. Oh, okay. Obviously, it sounds like it's some type of subscription service, though, to learn from people. Ah, Bastion, impeccable timing. We just received a letter from Lord Hien. He writes that the Domans are coordinating their efforts with the Blue Kojin to maintain a constant watch over the Red. By staying on the lookout for signs of crystal holding and the like, they mean to nip any summoning attempts in the bud, thereby satisfying the conditions for peace set down by the ambassador. For the Guardian's part, the populators have sent the word that vessel bearing Doman conscripts is soon to arrive in Yanxia. Or Yanxia, I think is how it is. Like the Y is silent type of weird thing. It would seem that the prisoner exchange is to proceed. That's my fuck. Like, can I have a fucking moment? Alright. Give me a second. I'm gonna just take care of this while I can. Hopefully no more things.
Committing a crime of the first degree. I'm not pretending. touch me. I'll give it all up just to be with you. I'm so happy, now you got me. I'll surrender all my love to you. Don't you see what you're doing to me? I'm in love and I can't break free. Now
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So they cut your learning development budget earlier this year with all the bullshit happening, so now we can't use stuff like that during work hours to learn more developmental skills. Doesn't that, like, maybe saves money in the short term, but that sounds like that might cost money in the long term. I know a lot of companies work like that, sort of like, you know, probably mine included type of thing. Your company is still doing LinkedIn learning stuff. It's been good to get a small training in every month. Hey, RJD, how are you? That's good. Of course, every time I get up now, I've woken up a cat. It's motherfucking Friday. It is. It is. Happy Friday. So not as bad as normal. Lord Heen requests your presence, and I share his view that you should be on hand at this critical juncture. LinkedIn learning isn't bad, but Skillshare does provide much more useful courses for someone in my career field, unfortunately, which is why losing it is such a major bummer. Is it some... I've never heard of it. Like, is it something that's relatively overall expensive? Like, maybe not for a company, but obviously at this point in time with everything going on, everyone is just looking to literally save every dollar that counts, obviously, type of thing. According to the letter, Yotsu's memory is yet to return, so looks like she'll be living out the rest of her days in Doma, assuming Ambassador means to honor the agreement, of course. But before we get to that, I think it would be wise to assess her condition one last time. If the Domans have missed any change in her mental state, however slight, it would be better if Asahi weren't the one to spot it. Agreed. Let's make straightaways for the Enclave then. Lord Heen will be waiting. Not only that, but losing the ability to do so learning during work hours and have my company pay for continued education. See, yeah, like my company, I'll say, like, I don't really overly take interest in it, but for the longest, like, if people wanted to go out and get better themselves, get a degree or something, but it has to be like, in reference to the dildo business. Like, you can't just go and take something in basket weaving, but yeah, they'll pay for it, but at the same time they also want a commitment from you, which I think is more than fair. Usually if they want to pay for your education stuff at my place, they want you to stick around for longer so they get actual, a return on their investment, so to say. I trust you will cope in our absence, Tataru. Oh, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Just be sure to come back safely. You're looking at the subscription and it's only $13.99 a month for an individual, which isn't terrible, but I've also been trying to trim down on monthly spending where I can, not knowing how stable your job will be to continue. Skillshare was like $15 a month, but then it balloons up after a year. But that's per person, and again, I don't know how large of a corporation or how many employees, but you multiply that by blank by blank, and you get something that, hey, are people using this? And people don't know, and then you don't know, type of thing. See you later, Hancock. Keep your hand in your cock. Ruby Bazaar. Oh, is it nighttime? Look at that. Look at that beautiful sky. All right, where are we heading now? You want me to go back over there, don't you? Oh, God, just grab that. See, there's not even a nice little easy thing I can go back to. Back to Namai. Don't use a ticket. Don't waste those. So $13.99 now. Thing is, before the fuckface got inaugurated and let his little lackey bitch ruin everything in federal government, my company was very much paying for continued education as long as it was relevant to your job. But now that we've been put in such a shit situation that they can't really do that right now. Yeah. And I would assume, like, in the end, like, I don't want to speak for people, obviously, and especially if people I don't know who they are. But is it one of those deals of where, like, are people afraid to speak up, like, in that type of situation? Like, I understand, like, in our world, everyone has bosses, right? Like, I get it. You know, shit rolls uphill sometimes, right? So, like, is that like one of those things where, like, your boss could argue to their boss, and, you know, and sometimes the answer is literally just like, no, that's the end of it, and, you know, don't push certain situations. But, like, wouldn't there, like, be an argument of, like, look, like, we all know this is bullshit, like, oh, and we're looking at this is going to cost us more in the long term, and if we're here about saving money, blah, 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 then this isn't really going to make sense type of thing. Like, that's the way I look at it, or I'm trying to figure it from that perspective. Alright, I don't know if I'm going to die here, but I really... Yeet! Yeet! Oh, God. Oh, please don't die. Okay, we're alright, folks. I probably went, like, the very wrong way here to approach to get over here now. Bunch of water sprites are gonna want to fuck around and find out, aren't they? Have I seen the news? No one is afraid of speaking their minds. Well, you're sort of right and wrong about that. There are people who are not afraid of speaking their minds, absolutely, but also on the other end of it, I have seen that everyone that's been associated with said Cheeto loses their job immediately afterwards if they're in any way associated with him. Like, there are people who are saying no to him, but then they're just like, yeah, we got rid of them. See you later. Like, he's doing the whole, like, getting rid of, what, like, 4-star generals and whatnot of, you know, basically just so, like, if you're not going to do what I'll say, I will get someone who will do what I say, and will continue ad nauseum until he gets it that way. It's weird that, like, you know, in the world of politics, it just sort of, like, can run like that, oddly enough. Of like, oh, you won't vote my way, we can get rid of you, just like that. And you're like, oh, I thought there was a little bit more prim and properness to this in a way, but I guess not. I guess not. The company has been put in such a situation that they cannot afford to pay out of overhead because they've lost so much money in losing clients. Hey, it's the dock stripper again. Yes, back to the Enclave we go. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Unfortunately. And, like, just to think, like, this is like what, month 5? Like, it feels like we've been doing this for years. And it's like his 5th fucking month of working, for crying out loud. Like, Jesus Christ. So you can complain until our faces turn blue, but it's not the company's fault that our government is run by literal... But wait, just to sort of follow up, like, about that, and you don't have to get too into it, because I know it sounds confusing to me. So the company you work for is a private company that does government contracts. Am I loosely getting that right? So it's not like that you work if that answers my question. Oh, there it is, yeah. People have been speaking up, but the simple fact is we can't do it. All container was paid for by the company overhead, while we work it's paid for by the government as billable, so they lost 20 contracts in a week, so overhead isn't a thing we can use right now. Ah. Sort of, yeah, but, so, like, the company you work for does government contracts, but essentially, do you work proper for the government? Or is it for just a corporation that does just government contracts, I guess? Or the majority of the work comes from government contracts, I guess. Federal government contractor. I see. Yeah. So yeah, like, so your boss at, you know, at the top of your company, I'm sure they have a contact in the federal government, but essentially, like, as you said, it's, they can bitch and moan all they want, and, you know, it's probably a very thin line that you have to go by, because, you know, even probably that head person at that, on the government level is going to be like, look, there's nothing we can do. I've been given the directive by my boss's boss, who got told by Elon to fucking do this, and, you know, that's where it ends, right? Like, there is, like, I sort of understand a little bit of that, of, like, you know, there sort of is no arguing with the government. Like, once they sort of say, like, this is the way something's going to be, that's the way it's going to be. Tough shit, essentially, which is unfortunate. So all of your current work is government contracts, which your company is doing, that they can look outside of that, but simply fact, it's not easy to switch to private contracts after doing only government contracts for so long. The private contracting industry is much more competitive and saturated. Ah, yes. And you, like, and as I would assume, like, I don't work in a government industry or anything like that, but I have to assume, of, like, before all of this was happening, relatively, like, government contracts are probably usually relatively safe and good to get from a company perspective, right? Like, once you nab those government, you know, and you can show that you can do good work, usually they give you more contracts, which means more work, which means, you know, like, hey, everything's going okay. But then the other end of it, as you can see, is like, you know, you throw in a numpty and things can go away like that, which is maybe with a private, you know, everyone that's maybe balancing that out a little bit more is able to maybe survive a little bit better. I don't know. Like, you know, in the end, it affects everybody in the end, right? Like, government or private. I see my letter reached you across the Ruby Sea. Thanks for coming so swiftly. Though I wrote at some length on the subject of the forthcoming exchange, there was one other matter I neglected to mention. It concerns Gosetsu. As you may have observed, he returned from his ordeal rather the worse for wear, and despite his best efforts to conceal his condition, or perhaps because of them, he recently collapsed. Good gods, is he alright? Confined to bed and grumbling without cease, but he's shown signs of recovery, made me promise not to tell you lest you worry unduly, which was very well known by you when you weren't here. Now that you are, however, I think it might high time has received some visitors. Won't you spare him a moment? Yotsuyu has scarce left his side, and I imagine you are curious to see what has become of her as well. Oh, we will visit him at once. Bastion? Alice? Shall we? We shall. Yeah, so it seemed very stable. Company did the right thing, spread out, and do what you had to do, but when the company first lost a contract, they lost most of them all at once, so the current company does work across several agencies, so that it's only reason we've remained even somewhat stable through this, albeit at the cost of 290. Wow, that is a lot of people.
Please, Tsuyu. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself.
You've lost 85% of your workforce? Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Aye, wine! Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
Wine for sick people, right? That's set.
A persimmon.
Which I'd love to point out that the assholes who said this, oh, it'll be fine, you'll survive for the next 4 years, just like you did the first term, stop freaking out for no reason. Yeah. Isn't that a fish?
Pay me no mind.
Isn't that persimmon a fish?
Besides, we have guests.
I could be very wrong. That could be something completely different. That's not a fish. But I thought I saw like a No, it's not. It's got to be a food. I remember it being mentioned in Sekiro.
Your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might.
It's a fruit. Thank you. I remember now. I was gonna say no, it's not a fish. It's a fruit that made you more powerful in Sekiro, anyways. I believe. Thank you, RJD.
A gross exaggeration.
Why would he say that though? Why would Lord Hean say that?
A trifle drained from my exertions, perhaps, but with a little rest,
he doesn't look no worse from where. He just
again in no time.
He looks fine. And 297 is just a drop in the bucket. I think they figure close to 300,000 people have lost their jobs due to Doge. And that may just be actual federal employees. Oh yeah, like that's all people can like really know of, right? Like there's the trickle down effect of you know, all these other private companies that may work because of the work that's involved, you know, albeit maybe a large or small part with your work that isn't counted yet, right? Because they don't know from the like the same as like at my work of, you know, we are a large dildo factory, employ many people, but the amount of contractors that also work there purely as like their 9 to 5, like they work for a separate company, but their job is at my work and they're not employed by the dildo factory. Like that if we close down, all of those contractors lose their jobs. And I don't know, like, you know, I see the same people every day, so it's like obviously like either are they drawn thin of like, or do they just do a very specific thing, or what, like it's one of those things. And then like, you know, the people that rely upon their work of those contractors. So like, you know, it's several folds in there that, you know, people don't think of like, oh, like, you know, if Dildo Factory 1 closes down, it only affects to you know, 3,000 people or whatever, but they don't realize like, oh, but like 5,000 contractors rely on that job, and then a fellow 10,000 people subcontract, you know, need that work type of thing, right? Like that's how that shit just goes, and people have no fucking idea. So many people, you know, lost their job at the same time as their spouse did, and that makes me sick to think of it. Yeah, it's very worrying times. Is the alternative to spend money into Oblivion? The Oblivion remaster? Is that what you're talking about? Yes, I think you can get that game for about $65 on Steam, RJD, if you want. Unless we're talking about the other Oblivions. How would one to attempt to balance the budget without cutting things? The only other way is to raise taxes, which all of it sucks. Yeah, we're in a weird spot, right? Like, even like look like through what America is doing with the tariffs and its effect on other countries. You know, I live in Canada. It's affecting us. It's affecting my work. No, and it sucks when you're not in control of that. Like, that's the problem, right? Like, something that's literally out of your control, you can't fix. And, you know, the fix can't just be like, raise the taxes. Well, when people are making less money and you want more money from them, fuck, fat chance type of thing. Dark Fantasy Realms with 42 fucking months. Our child is almost 4 years old. I'm doing well, thank you. I mean, I you know, so many children. RJD, we just had a kid, I think, together. 1 month old, I believe. It's ridiculous. Sweet sex with RJD. It's gone over well. I am doing well. How is your Friday doing, Dark Fantasy Realms? Yeah, where does the time go, right? Like, that is insane. That's insane to me. On my level. It's ridiculous. Oh my god, we're bumping uglies.
Setsu, is this how you've been spending your time?
Is he about to get a sponge bath?
My lady, I assure you this is not.
Your Friday's fantastic. You're recuperating and playing Expedition 33. No work for the week. Oh, that just sounds like an absolutely wonderful game to recuperate and enjoy your non-work week. Hello, DJ. I've heard... I was talking about this before. I never even heard of that game until Biscuits brought it up. I looked at it. I watched the trailer. I didn't even know it was coming out so soon. You don't hear this often. I have yet to hear, and not that I'm out here looking for it, but I have yet to hear a negative thing about that game. Like, literally. Like, not a single person has come out and said, like, you know, this about that. Like, not a single thing. Absolute praise. The only negative thing you will say is you wish it had a map. Oh. Having not played it, I don't know, but, like, that would be a little weird. But then, I guess, like, does it have even something like, I've heard it, you know, compared to so many things. Does it have, like, a weird map, like, sort of like Persona has? Like, where, like, you might choose an area to travel to, but, like, it's not really a map? You got lost in an area for 5 hours. But at least it looked beautiful, though. Right, Dark Fantasy Realms? It has an overworld map, but no mini-map. Okay, well, I'm gonna get fucking lost when I play that game, then. Do you think we get to see Gosetsu's dong? Yeah, I will. Well, I look forward to that then.
What are all these scars? There are so many of them.
No, I don't think there's any shame in having to YouTube anything.
Mark upon a man.
I just think of you know, you guys in my chat or my YouTube. You're my guidance. You know, that's what happens. You get lost somewhere, someone boom, that's the answer. It's wonderful.
Is something wrong, Tsuyu?
Did she? I don't know if that was shown before in that cutscene. Was she shooting Gosetsu there? And that's what his wound is on his back is from? The only negative thing I've seen are to do with minigames being sort of bullshit, which is not incorrect. Other than that, just combat being a thing you gotta get used to, but no actual super negatives, yeah. Minigames? Oh god, you know, Dark Fantasy Realms hasn't even hit that point yet, obviously. Or they're so well wound into the game that you don't even know you're playing a mini game, right?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
But leave me be, woman. I will not be fussed over like some newborn babe.
And obviously, like, it looked like that sort of triggered a moment for her there. Of maybe she remembered before the building collapsed down upon them. And then we all have a good little laugh after it, so it doesn't matter. And what is Expedition 33? Like, I've seen like it's not a super long game, but like looking at about 60 hours ish sounds perfect. They make a convincing pair, do they not? First acquaintance. I would think him doing a grandsire and a model grandchild. Indeed, had someone told me a year ago that I would live to bear witness to such a scene, I would have declared them mad. That aside, I'm relieved to see Gosetsu has lost none of his spirit. But what a turn of events! I mean, for her to suddenly be watching over him, you couldn't make it up. Although I suppose Gosetsu is an old man, with the way he charges through life, it's easy to forget. Aye, he has resisted decrepitude with the same defiance he showed the enemies of Doma. No matter how adamant his will, no man can carry on forever. He has pushed himself beyond the limits of endurance too many times. Even if his health returns, the fact remains he will never again be the warrior he once was. He's given all for his liege and land, and he'll ask no more. And what of his nurse? Yotsuyu is feigning that. Well, she certainly has me fooled. Yeah, with what you're doing, all the side content exploration, maybe a little bit more grinding. Who doesn't appreciate a little grinding every once in a while? You know, just that friction on the jeans, right? We've all gone through high school. Yuguri, out of all of us, I would think the hardest to convince, so what makes you so sure? I've been spying on Yotsuyu from the shadows, waiting for that misstep that would betray her charade for what it was. But her mask never slipped, not once. She's remained in character from the first. One evening I watched her as she sat in her chambers, unguarded and alone. She had taken the dishes from the cupboard and pretending to prepare dinner right there by the tatami. A child's game. Even though wary as shinobi would not go to such lengths, I can but conclude that her mind is truly broken. Well, that's good enough for me and everyone else, I would hazard. Aye, matter is settled. Yotsuyu will become Tsuyu and begin a new life here in Doma. Before that can happen, however, we will need to present her to the ambassador one last time to prove that her memory is truly gone. But I would not risk parading her in front of our returning conscripts. Her presence at the exchange would only stir up multitudinous thoughts. Understandably, she's as good as fastening the chains around her neck. Aye, which is why I mean to conclude this business with Tsuyu first, out of the sight of any countryman. Will you help me? We're at your service. No higher purpose than the pursuit of peace. My thanks. The Guardians are on their way, and we must prepare to welcome the ambassador. We'll meet you back at the docks. We're approaching level 70 just because of Wolf going super hard on grinding, but they do actually put a little soft stop on your power, so like if you're over leveled, it's not guaranteed you'll be powerful enough for things if you wander into areas. Oh, that's actually nice. Like no, can't like overly do it type of thing. Not many games really do that right nowadays. They're also nerfing a move from a specific character today too. Nerfing, eh? Someone is too powerful. It's been one-shotting bosses. I think that's just a feature, Dark Fantasy Realms. Well, shall we wait here then? Lord Hien should not be too long. You know, it's like a feature in a Trails game for, you know, like when you choose to use Laura and, you know, put on the, you know, just the right ordnance or whatever, you know, that you spent years on. My friends, have you seen Tsuyu? She's nowhere to be found. What? But the Gallians will be landing in a matter of moments. If she's fled, it could mean her memories have returned? I know not. Yuguri is scouring the streets as we speak, but it's possible Tsuyu has left the Enclave altogether. For fuck's sake, you couldn't put someone watching her for a fucking moment, could you? Like Ramza two-fisting bosses in Final Fantasy Tactics? Like that? Captain, a word. Do you perchance carry a fair-skinned woman across the river? A fair-skinned woman, my lord. I didn't rightly know. Yes, my lord, now that you mention it, there was a lady among the passengers whom I do not recall having seen before. Her face was hidden by the brim of her hat, but I remember taking her hand to help her onto the boat. White as the new fallen snow it was. Was she someone important, my lord? I mean, have I done something wrong? Wrong? No, I just merely hoping to catch our guest before she departed. At ease, Captain. I think the fists were closer together, but so you mean turning it into one major fist, right? Just right up the hooper? It would seem that Tsuyu has crossed the river. Kami, help me. No good can come of this. Alright, now another one. Scouting, aiming, healing, casting. Casting. Sure, I'm a caster. I did get a couple of things. I should probably look at utilizing them. Oh, you gave me more gear. Great. Okay. I looked the part. Why not? Gone like morning mountain dew. Though his face betrays a little sign of panic, Hien is plainly desperate to find Yotsuyu before something terrible happens. It seems that they have gone unrecognized thus far, but Kami help us if someone catches a clear view of her face. I gotta find her before that happens. The responsibility for her disappearance, for all of this, lies with me. But I would ask for your aid nonetheless. Oh, we're at your service, Lord Hien. Now as before. Now, let's make the crossing and begin our search. You go on ahead. Someone should let Yuguri know what we've learned. I'll join you on the other side. Everyone has got like Goldberg penned as like returning when Gunther and Pat McAfee fight, I guess. But I'm also sick of Bill Goldberg, and I'm going to be like Bret the Hitman Hart and just refer to Bill Goldberg as Bill Goldberg. I will not give Bill Goldberg, just the single name that he always wants.
Somewhere.
Oh, obviously we have not been drinking enough for Cartesian Cat to be happy with this, so thank you for that gentle reminder. Bastion, forgive me, but can I ask you to interrogate the residents of Yizuka Manor? One of the Namazu may have well seen our quarry. If everyone's in agreement, let's board the skiff and put that Kami smile upon our efforts. You had dinner. What was for dinner? Ooh, that looks like that's another thing they have changed. The ability to call a chocobo while still running instead of having it cancel out. Some nice little small qualities of life. I'm loving it. It's a McDonald's Happy Meal. I love that little catfish. He is the greatest. Welcome to Yizuka Manor. Yes, yes. If there's anything you care to know, you need only pale-skinned woman. Haven't seen no such growler, sorry to say. Most sorry, scaly-skinned Namazu, on the other hand, he have in abundance. Great to know. Unusual pale skin. Yes, yes. I saw this woman on the way back from my fishing trip. She had just crossed the shallows east of here and headed on into the northeasterly direction for the most part. Her steps did not seem certain. If you hurry, you might still catch her. All right, off we go, right? The glittering basin. I think that's what RJD calls the mess in his underwears, I think. I'm not careful, I'm gonna have to slap myself for that one. What are these glowing little things? These are great. What are these? Some type of weird jellyfish? They look like they're from Elden Ring a little bit there. Sometimes, see? You know, I only speak in truths. Go all the way up there. How dare you? How dare you? Get up there, you smelly head. Alright, survey the morning Mountain Dew. No sign of her. Oh, great. I stopped here for no apparent reason. Now you want me to go to some other area? Bunch of fucking pirate spearheads just chilling out. Not realizing there's a Venera right around. You have to go up this way. Go around. Make it simple for you, Jordan. Have you figured out what you're playing next, DJ, after Daybreak 2? Or is it still up for consideration? I mean, I haven't played it, but I would throw my vote in for Claire Obscure. I think that'll be right up your alley. You're waiting. You're waiting for what? Well, we're waiting. You're waiting for me to slap myself? Wait, you expect me to do it for free? I suppose so. You redeemed it? I didn't see the redemption. Did I miss? As my OBS fucked up? The last redemption I have is it's a 5 o'clock somewhere. Unless you like literally did it like right after and it fucked around and found out type of thing. Oh God. Forever my life is just following these people. I did it right after RJD said sometimes. Oh. Okay. Well, are you happy it got paid? Can't be angering the, you know, the chit chat. No idea what I'm playing next. Might be something in the backlog. I mean, that's another, you know, if things like continue to like just go this route of like everything being expensive game wise, you know, like I got myself a big backlog. So I might even dab into that myself. Thought you were ignoring me. No. You would know if I was ignoring you. So I would make a big deal about it. Like, look at me, I'm ignoring Cartesian Cat and type of thing. But no. I wouldn't do that. A cursory glance is all that was required to confirm your suspicions. It is the same hat that Yotsuya was wearing when you found her in Sakuzuki. Uh-oh. Dun dun dun. You're well past this in 14, right? I think you stopped playing 14 Dark Fantasy Realms, took a little bit of a break, as most people do with MMOs and whatnot, but I assume you were well past this stuff. Bastion! Before you ask our search of Kusakari and its surroundings, I has yield exactly not. Save the chance reunion with you, I suppose. I'm caught up and back in it if you need. Oh, I'll see. Look how the wheels have turned of time back on into it. Mistress Alice has gone to assist her brother at the castrum. If she want to inform me of the situation, I joined Lord him shortly thereafter. How did you fare at the Yakuza Manor? Any sign of our missing guest? Nope. Just have clues. Towards Namai. Hammy, if the village is recognized, it will not end well. We must hurry. Yuguri and I will check the paddles. Or the paddies. The village square is mine. Paddies are better. Yeah, I think I'm like relatively close to a dungeon. I've been saying that for like the last 8 streams, but oh God, a wandering child.
Greetings. Might I have one of your... Wait! Please! I only wanted a persimmon.
Kami, save us! Her spirit has returned!
These people are terrified, they don't know.
She's back from the dead to seek her revenge!
Oh, they don't even know she's alive. Uh-oh. This might trigger something in her, though. That's not good. Does nobody here know of an umbrella? I am so sorry to hear that, Biscuits. That fucking sucks. I'm very sorry to hear that.
It can't be. She couldn't have survived.
Fuck's sakes.
What did I do? As if you don't know!
They're at least giving me the time to try and figure something else out, but you're so heartbroken. You love your job. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Now, I don't want to, I'm only asking because I generally don't know, and maybe the phrasing of some things are different here. When I hear of someone laid off, in a reference of like, I mean, it's just like is there always like the chance to return? That's why when I always hear of like someone gets laid off, I always feel like it's like a temporary thing, but it doesn't certainly seem like a temporary thing, unfortunately. I feel like I should slap myself for having like such a stupid question myself.
Good people of Namai, be at ease, I pray you. You have naught to fear.
They're not sure the company is going to survive the summer at this rate. Okay. That pretty much answered my question then. I'm so sorry, Biscuits. You cannot redeem the slap anymore.
What is that monster doing here? They told us she was dead.
Just like Spider-Man, everyone gets one.
I too was surprised to learn of her survival.
Can we go inside in one of these many houses or homes instead of just carrying on this conversation in the rain? Unless, of course, these people don't have any rooftops.
But it would seem the Kami had other plans. By some miracle, both she and Gosetsu were spared when the keep collapsed, though Yotsugu's preservation came at the cost of her memory.
You're saying she's forgotten everything she's done?
Yeah, and the last thing we need is for one of you people to trigger her remembering, because that's going to be terrible.
Lies! My
Oh
lord,
God.
she would say anything to
Okay,
escape
maybe
punishment.
can someone put some earmuffs on her, perhaps? You know, like when you know, people swear around their kids and they yell earmuffs, right? I'm trying to remember what show or movie that was from.
What does it matter? We have not forgotten her crimes, and we demand justice! I beg of you, Lord Hien, draw your blade and rid us of this canker!
Can you imagine?
What I saw then, it's all true.
Just steps up behind her, slits her throat, ear to ear, gives her a new smile, perhaps.
I'm sorry! I'm so sorry.
Her hair is defying gravity.
You're sorry. And what? We're supposed to forgive you?
I mean, yeah, that's usually how saris go.
Here, there's no need to cry.
Hey, Anna. How are ya? I am well, thank you. Not overly well. We just heard some unfortunate news for Biscuits, but thank you. Thank you. Here, have a tomato. Or is that a persimmon?
Can't you see how scared she is? How can you be scared of her?
Children always know the answer. Look, we're just getting sopping wet out here, so...
Until such time as her memories return, this woman shall be known as Tsuyu and treated as a citizen of Doma.
So we're gonna get rid of the you in this. No you Tsuyu, just Tsuyu. More confusing to people like me.
I will, however, see that she is watched at all times. Rest assured that there will be no more unannounced visits to the village. As your lord, I ask that you leave her fate in my hands and suffer her to live, for now.
Please, Issei.
All right. I'll keep my peace.
Hold on. Sorry.
As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
I still want to know, is that a tomato or is a persimmon a real fruit in real life, or is this like some type of video game trope? Because that's a tomato all day, every day. Oh, the Reen head pat. That's what you need in life. It's a real fruit. All right, now I have to look this up. Oh, for fuck's sakes, a Japanese persimmon fruit looks exactly like a tomato? Oh, for fuck's sakes. It looks like a tomato, which is technically also a fruit. Isn't a tomato like a fruit and a vegetable? Or do we have to go over this? Like, are people team tomato, team tomato? Well, that would have been better avoided, but at least it did not end in bloodshed, and judging by Suyu's reaction, she remains oblivious to the events of her former life. This was no escape attempt. Yeah, it seems it was like an offhand request of Gosetsu's, which brought her to Namai, which she came in search of a persimmon. Yeah, they say the fruit is good for health, so I do hope Gosetsu finds the taste to his liking. Well, we can have certainly taken the long way around, but let's continue on to Castrum Flumnus and our meeting with the ambassador. Off note, Alcei should still be there, conducting their search. I'm not Team Tomato, but I am Team Ketchup. Make it make sense. Yeah, because that's weird, right? Because then if you're thinking like, you know, tomato comes from a fruit instead of a vegetable, you know, people are obviously going to be very confused. I've been trying to, you know, dab with this for quite some time. I usually just keep this always right here, this box. Should I be moving my box like most people who play MMOs and just cover up the chat? Like, you know, I guess it doesn't really matter, but I could always just move it. Woo, look at this. Hey, look at that. This is the action people come from. You know what? I'm really going to make a stand here for video games and streamers. You know, if I'm going to be the center of attention, then obviously I should be in the center of the gameplay. All right. Good talk, everybody. Let's just continue on. So I hope everyone likes the new decision that we've made for gaming. I am in charge. It's going to be this way for a long time, so I hope you like it. You know, just get used to it, okay? You're not going to be seeing the character, okay? You're going to be seeing my mean mug. That's what you got to get used to now, okay? And I might even make it bigger out of fear if I couldn't remind myself of how to change it, though. But already, my OCD, say, can you see Lady Dick? Just gonna move it because I'm gonna scream and okay. Now we gotta get very anal about the placement of things. Looks like now I'm gonna have to stick around on the... No! 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 How do I... No! I don't want to hide the window. No! I want to touch it. No! I want to touch it. No! It's too much. I thought if I click something, it'd be able to move it. Alright. You know what? It's good enough. Just leave me alone. Oh, is it up there? Oh, there it is. There it is. I knew if I clicked around, eventually I'd find it. Alright. There we go. No more chit-chat of the novice group of morons is going to be shared on this stream. Absolute bumpkins. No ether currents. Like, are you kidding me? I already forget the button that I gotta hit to check out said things. But I do know they were there somewhere. Hello, Mr. Serpent. How would you like to have some little Grey Poupon? Are you a Heinz guy, RJD, or are you like is there another big brand in America? I would assume not. I would assume the Heinz people made sure that it's just Heinz. Like in Canada, you have a little bit of French, like French's mustard, French's ketchup. It's not the same. It's no Heinz ketchup, but it is what it is. It seems our Imperial guests have already arrived. It's time we meet with the ambassador. Hunts! That's one I've heard of. I gotta say, I feel a little weird being on the left-hand side of things over here. We'll make it work. This is why
it is to see you once more, Lord Hien. Not to mention,
I did want to try that new OBS competitor, which really isn't a competitor. I deleted it. It was called Meld, and although some of it was a lot easier, like a lot of things were, I'm too used to using OBS, and things were not as easy as they probably should have been. So that's fine.
A pleasure to see you too, Ambassador. Forgive us our late arrival. You have our people aboard the airship?
Exactly as agreed. We would leave you in no doubt as to the purity of our intentions. I dare say it was the self-same spirit of cooperation which prompted you to bring Yotsuyu here today.
Yeah, I'm still very unsure of how this is going to go down. I assume this is not going to go down smoothly. Heinz is a Pittsburgh company, used to sell customers in Pittsburgh. They were Heinz people, so now we are also Heinz people. Yeah, is it still, do the Pittsburgh Steelers still play at Heinz Field? They still own that, I would assume?
Indeed. Before excluding her from the exchange, I thought it only fair that you see her condition for yourself.
It's a different name now, I think.
She is
Okay.
in fine health.
Heinz didn't want to
but
spend
her
all that
mind
money, for
is
naming rights.
unchanged.
So I see.
I always have a really good chuckle out of things like, you know, for where the Blue Jays play, it's called the Rogers Center because Rogers is our big telecom group that owns the Toronto Blue Jays. But back when it was built, it was called the Sky Dome, and people still call it the Sky Dome as like a big fuck you to Rogers, which I always find really comical. Like to think of like you spent all that money in naming rights, even though like now you own everything about it, but like no one calls it the Rogers Center. You looked it up. It's called the Acrisure Stadium now? What the fuck name is that? Jesus Christ.
But all need not necessarily be lost. In anticipation of this tragic turn of events, I took the liberty of inviting some special guests.
Ooh. Yeah, our stadium here in Hamilton, it used to be called Ivor Wynne Stadium for where our Tiger Cats, our Canadian Football League team, plays. And then they built a new stadium, and then it was called Tim Hortons Stadium, because I guess. But now those naming rights have expired, and no one is jumping at the hilt to grab like the naming rights. So I don't know if like people are trying to like, I don't know if they're charging too much for the naming rights, or if literally nobody wants the naming rights, which is hilarious. So now no one knows what the fuck to call it, I guess. And it's a new state. I mean, you know, for CFL standards, I mean, you can't, you know, I will say of being at the Sky Dome, how many times have I been there this year? Twice. I think I've seen 2 Jays games this year. They've done about $300 million in renovations to, you know, what is arguably a 30-year-old stadium. It's nice. It's really nice for what they've done. I remember it early on in the early 2000s, and you know, it was showing its age. And you know, that's the problem when you build a stadium in literally the middle of a downtown. To move it would cost an obscene amount of money, and especially nowadays when you don't want to ask the government for money, because that's all they do as well. But yeah, the good money that they spent on the inside to make it nice. I mean, if it was good enough for Taylor Swift, it's good enough for me. Yep, 1992, 1993. There was the Blue Jays had won the World Series back to back. Back when they were good. Back when steroids were steroids. You could be jacked and hit a ball 900 feet and they'd praise you. Good old Gary Carter. Joe Carter. Joe Carter. Unless his name is actually Gary and then like his middle name was Joe. And he was like Gary Joe Carter, but just went by Joe. It was Joe Carter. Smoking Joe Carter. And who can forget about the crime dog Fred McGriff? Nope, it's Joe. Okay. I mean, I'm not like Gary was the Mets. Oh, sorry. I only know Joe Carter. I don't know of a Gary Carter. And I'll be like, I am a Boston Red Sox fan. Like I said, I am still, you know, by association of Canada, I will be a Blue Jays fan as well. I enjoy good baseball. I enjoy good hockey. I enjoy good football. I although I have teams, I will applaud good sports. So what type of terribleness is happening right now? Oh, high five. I missed it. Oh, I'm sure you can guess that. It is the Leafs, yes. Although they're doing well. You know, we're 2 up on Florida.
Yatsuyu.
In the second round.
Well?
I'm just used to disappointment with the Toronto Maple Leafs. I guess hockey is like the weird... Yeah, the Mammoths. I will say I do like their new thing. I was gonna say, although like I said, like I can appreciate good hockey, and the talks have always been like the area where I live, we could probably support an NHL team. I would still cheer for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Like that's a weird thing of like I can't of all sport, like I can't, like you give me a local team, fine, I'll go to watch them. But if they were playing the Toronto Maple Leafs, I'm not going to cheer for the local. I just couldn't. Now, mind you, I did see the Red Sox play the Blue Jays, and I cheered for the Red Sox. But there was obviously they don't come here to Toronto very often, so there was a small amount of people who did have cheering on the Red Sox with me. We lost in extra innings terribly, but it was okay. I would assume most Americans don't watch hockey, DJ. It's not really an American thing, despite what Gary Bettman tries to fucking do. America is football.
Of all the people.
Not that fake European football. Is that the closest team to you?
Something wrong, dear sister? These are our beloved parents. Does not the sight of them bring back sweet...
I guess it used to be the Atlanta Thrashers until nobody showed up to see, nobody saw football or hockey. Fuck, I'll get there. Can't wait for the Mammoths versus Predators games. Yeah. I mean, Seattle didn't do overly terrible. Yes, Atlanta went to Winnipeg. So Phoenix is Utah now, right? Yes, okay. It seems like they're supporting their team in Utah, which is good. I know they have to make some changes to their arena because it's only meant for like, is it the Jazz? It's like a basketball arena, right? That they got to figure out. I think they're building a new hockey arena. Cause like there's something weird with the seats or something. Like it's meant for basketball and you know, it doesn't really fit all the people for hockey or whatever. I think that was part of their agreement too, of like you can either, I think they can either make the changes to the arena to have good seating, or they build a new arena in, is it Salt Lake City? I know they just called themselves Utah, but I don't know any other city in Utah other than Mormon City and Salt Lake City. I think Mormon City's a real city, right? I'm upset that they didn't call the Utah team the Utah Mormon Soakers. And don't worry, folks. I see that a lot of things that are of importance happening here. I'm paying attention. It might look like I'm not paying attention, but I can guarantee you, I am paying attention.
Gossets. I have to take this to Gossets.
I don't care what you say. That's a tomato every day of the week. Cedar City. Okay.
It would seem my little surprise was not sufficient.
So he's trying to trigger her emotions and trying to bring Old back.
You needn't glare at me so, Lord Hien. I merely did what any loving son would do for his family. Lest you doubt, I am content to leave the acting viceroy in your care. Pray, treat her as you would any daughter of Dorma.
I have heard good things about Utah. You know, it's in the mountains. Nice little quiet cities to live in, but I think it's the Mormonism that scares people. I knew you were always up to no good. It's the fucking... I had the same haircut when I was in grade 8, dude.
Do not grow too fond of this place, dear sister. You will come back to us ere long.
Oh, you fucking piece of shit.
We continue with the exchange as planned, then.
Very good. The structure across the river should serve our needs. We shall await you there with the conscripts. If you would bring your captives.
He's already planted his seed. He's gonna we're gonna carry on as expected, and like shit's gonna hit the fan in 7 expansions or something.
Agreed. Until then, Ambassador.
Is it raining outside? What the fuck do I hear? Is that a meteor? Fuck, I'm not that lucky. I knew better than to trust Asahi. That was a dirty trick. Still, unpleasant as it was, we have at least put together the matter of Tsuyu's future at rest. I've sent her back to the Enclave with Yuguri to give Gosetsu his precious persimmon. Let's follow them. You have that look, Alphanode. What is it? Oh, nothing of consequence, most likely. We can discuss it upon return. You're a Sabres fan, I would assume, right, RJD? For hockey? I mean, if you do watch hockey. If you don't watch hockey, then I can't assume. Unless you're an Islanders fan. I assume, like, if you're on the outside, you're on the island, you're an Islanders fan. If you're in the city, it's the Rangers. And then maybe if you're on the outside, like New York State, it'd be the Buffalo Sabres. In which case, I'm sorry. We should pay a visit to Gosetsu and reassure him about Tsuyu's fate. We want to know about the Empire's finally relinquished its claim of her. Yeah, long-suffering Sabres fan. Awake? Or as I like to say, the Sabres.
My lord, come in, come in.
Yeah, hockey's a weird thing in America. Like, I would assume, like, outside of the first 6 hockey cities.
When Tsuyu returned, her eyes were red from
Toronto.
She spoke not
Montreal.
A word, simply sat and
what do you got?
Some fruit she'd brought for me.
You got Chicago, Detroit, New York, and Boston, I believe. Like, those are the big cities that I would assume people watch a ton of hockey in. And, you know, and it differs in little bits and places here and there. But when you lived in the Merry Land of Oz, I would watch the Capitals when they won their cup, but I couldn't get into them.
She then claimed weariness and retired to her chamber. Tell me, what happened to her?
It's not because I don't want to. I just don't have the time. I don't have cable. I have Netflix and Disney Plus. That's about it. Yeah, that's. I mean, as a, I hate to call myself, like, what am I? A millennium boomer. I'm one of those weirdos that has, like, everything. But I have cable because of sports. Like, all intents and purposes, I should not have cable. But I'm one of those weirdos of, like, up here, like, yeah, sure, I could go the way of the pirate, and I'm sure I could watch the games, but I much more appreciate ease of use, if that makes sense. Like, if something is relatively not overly expensive and I don't have to deal with the shit. Now, mind you, like, I wouldn't say cable is cheap, but, like, you know, when it's rolled in with internet and all that stuff, it is what it is. Like, I hear so many people say, like, that they go and get those pirate boxes, right? And I hear that, for the most part, they work fine. Fine, you do you. But there's one thing about cable that like, oh, I hear about these people that pay for these boxes, and, you know, and they get them cheap, right? They're like, $15 a month, I get this cable. I know a guy, he gives me a fucking card, and it's good for 6 months. The amount of times I hear that it doesn't work for something overly important, and you have to call or message the guy like, hey, I need a new code, can you hook me up? I don't want to deal with that. Now, mind you, I'm paying a premium, and that's what that premium gets you, but, like, it just works. And that's what I like. I like just paying something because it works. And maybe that sucks, and maybe I'm pissing away money, but I will pay that convenience fee of just knowing that something works properly as intended, without having to fucking text message some seedy guy that his fucking box he gave me stopped working. But that's me.
The ambassador arranged a surprise reunion with her foster parents.
Yeah, we are old men.
To restore your
Maybe we should have sex together and make older men.
It was plain their presence caused her great distress.
That sounded a little
but she
offside. I
seemed
should stop
otherwise
myself.
unaffected.
Fuck, the slaps are coming in hard and fast today.
Yotsuyu was mistreated as a child, was she not?
Kat, you would understand. It's old people talk. Senior citizens talking, right? A little offside? Maybe. I don't know. Not really. I mean, just the last stream, we were talking about detachable penises. Can you imagine that RJD and I detach our penises and have what every man dreams of having, a lightsaber penis fight? It's what we do. This is why my in-laws don't know what Twitch is, by the way.
I like this Asahi less and less.
Everything comes full circle. It's called the Schwartz.
Be that as it may, he has agreed.
This is how I know you guys are fans of me.
To remain with us in Doma.
Although it might be offside, you're still here. You're still in the chat. You have a good laugh. We're all good. Just hope we don't lose you, Kat. I don't want to lose you. You tell me when we gotta dial it back. Reel it on in, like green fishing or something.
My attention.
It's probably because I'm so low on a beer.
Crates within the castrum. The Imperials
Need a little refill
afterwards, but I wonder.
Out with it, brother. You fear they might contain bombs or war machines?
So I am assuming that the next dungeon is going to be in this next castrum.
If the ambassador wanted me dead, he has had ample opportunity. No, assassination is not his intent, but we should be on our guard for other acts of treachery.
My lord, forgive me, but the Lady Yotsuyu, she's gone.
I'm gonna ask the wife to pick me up some beer from work. I want some Asahi, or Asahi, the Japanese beer, but I want something else. Just throw something out there that's relatively well known, not some weirdo American beer that's only available in RJD's backyard. I was thinking of Carlsberg, but Duvel. Oh, even I haven't heard of that. I'm sure I've drank it, but like it's not popping on into my mind. I was just gonna say some Sapporo and Asahi, but that might just do it. Hoegaarden! Ooh, that's a good one. Thank you. That ought to do it. Thank you very much, Kat. My wife comes back and says, what the fuck is a Hoegaarden? I think it's Hoegaarden, not Hoegaarden, although it might be getting with the hose, but... Root beer?
Gun?
I think I actually do have some A&W root beer in a 2-liter bottle around here. So as much as the suggestion will be taken a note, I do have some.
No, the responsibility is mine. 'Twas I who gave her a room.
IBC root beer? What's IBC stand for? The only root beers that I know of are A&W. There's Hires. There's Barks. I feel like I'm missing a big one. Mugs? Is Mugs the other big one?
She may simply have wandered outside. We will organize search parties.
I mean, obviously, like, A&W root beer is, like, top tier. And then, like, you know, it divvies on down below. IBC is good? I don't know. I've never heard of it.
Might I call upon your assistance?
Remember those commercials? Barks has bite? It was true. Barks had, like, a little bit of spark to it. A Beta root beer is also good. Never heard of it. Here in Canada, like, it's a very weird thing. We're a very corporate thing that's led here. Like, you know, you got your Coke and your Pepsi, and then whatever the heck they make type of thing. So, like, you know, I'm sure Coke has a root beer they make. I'm sure Pepsi has a root beer they make, and then, like I said, then there's A&W, and then, you know, there might be some weird third-party root beer that people drink. Wasn't that her parents?
Help! Help me!
Can't keep taking these flashbacks.
If only I hadn't remembered. He should hate me. But I will not suffer his kindness. Not after what I did to him.
Who's there?
Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in the dark?
This is the Enclave, is it? When the soldiers dragged us back to Doma, you were the last person I expected to see.
You're the bane of our existence, Yotsuyu! A font of misery! You couldn't even do us the simple courtesy of dying, could you? Oh, no. You had to live and taint us with the shame of your failure.
When they say Asahi's mother and Asahi's father, aren't they also her mother and father?
We had a perfect life in the capital, and now they're making us wallow in this muddy ruin like common swine. I don't deserve this.
Now, dear, that'll do. There seems little point in berating the girl when she scarcely remembers her own name. Our time would be better spent contemplating how we're to survive this unhappy predicament. You've kept your looks at least. I suspect you'd fetch a handsome price with the right buyer. Maybe enough to get us to Kugane and start a new business.
Oh my god, you're a piece of shit.
Ah, my beloved parents. No sooner do I wake from gentle slumber than the world returns in all its cruelty. Yes, this is how it always was. How it was meant to be.
I'm trying to figure out the timeline of when this happened. Like, did this just happen and I'm seeing the flashback to it, or is this something that was further back? Like, they're alive now, they're dead. So I'm assuming this just happened. Your parents are pieces of shit.
Very well.
Do it.
If I cannot escape my nature,
Do
then
it.
I shall embrace it.
Embrace the dark side of the Force.
To the very depths I have sunk, my soul steeped in spite and rotten to the core. The self-righteous hide behind justice, but I need no such mask. Father, Mother, was it not you who made me into this monster? Who taught me the truth of this miserable world?
Yeah, it seems like they were living the good life, right? And now they've thrown into the slums.
For years I knew naught but the taste of pain and humiliation. But the time has come to savor my vengeance against Doma. Against all my enemies. And it begins...
with you!
Yotsuyu! What?
No!
Well then. She got those crazy eyes. Oh, Brother Dearest is there.
Well done, dear sister. Did I not say you would come back to us?
Brother Dearest, what a surprise.
Motherfucker. What a twist! Yeah, I've never heard of Abita either, but...
You always were a cold-blooded little worm. I doubt you thought twice about sending our parents to their deaths.
Your dagger yet drips with their blood,
Well,
and you
look it up.
presume to judge me? To be frank, I didn't think you had the strength to slay them so cleanly. A single thrust each. I'm impressed.
That looks like an old-fashioned beer bottle.
But surely you can't be satisfied with murdering a pair of doddering elders. You yearn for a deeper vengeance, and the power to see it through.
Got a little blood on your face there.
Please, I don't want to die.
Well, I think you're... yeah. Don't worry, folks.
Any sign of her?
He'll get the help he needs. The local ambulance is going to be coming on down, and we're going to take him to a local medical facility where he's going to get the care that he needs and deserves.
What happened here?
Stabby stabby, Lord Hean.
I knew what would happen if she recovered. And still, I did nothing. You say she left with her brother?
Who saw this coming, right?
Whatever he wants with her, he was willing to pay for it with his parents' lives. But this is neither the time nor the place. We must gather the others.
I just hope that this doesn't turn into some type weird of, brother-sister relationship that goes a little offside. This game hasn't gotten weird like that in quite some time, but, there's time. Alright, let me take a quick little pee break. Yeah, go a little Game of Thrones? Hope not. I haven't seen that yet. I am looking for a new show to watch. I just watched House of Cards for the 30th time, so I was thinking of Game of Thrones, Fallout, Last of Us. I'm trying to think, there's like one other show I was contemplating. Can't remember. I'll be right back.
Committing a crime of the first degree. I'm not pretending.
There we go. We're back. Thank you. Thank you for patience. Grab another cocktail. Cock beer, if you will. A Sapporo. The very best. Japanese beer, Japanese games. So you won't spoil it. I mean, I do know, like, the... What's his name? I can't remember what his name is. He played, the... I don't want to... The little person? I don't know if, like, calling them midgets is in bad taste. He's in Game of Thrones. I heard he's very good. He's also in Elf, where they refer to him as an elf. He saw good. I mean, isn't he like some type of king or something in Game of Thrones? But I heard Game of Thrones was really good. Does it matter? No. No, it doesn't. Obviously not. He's a wee man? Is that fine? I watch Jackass. He's okay being called wee man. We've recovered the Nyrus remains and will hold the cremation anonymously. That never set foot in Doma. I broke the news to Gesetsu myself. He was quiet. I think it's best that he be allowed some time alone with his thoughts. I was curious about, oh, the weapon coffer. We haven't used that. Let's see if we got ourselves a new weapon out of this. We got a Shisho Kai. That's better for me. Oh, it doesn't even fucking glow. Are you kidding me right now? Easier for you to say. So, my friends, that which we feared has come to pass. Yotsuyu has regained her memory and returned to the Imperial fold. No shit. Who didn't see that one coming? It is by any measure a cruel twist, not least for Gosetsu, but one which does not invalidate our agreement. According to the terms of the contract, we were bound to surrender Yosetsu into the Guardian's hands should her condition improve prior to the hour of the exchange. And by that reckoning, it is, if not should be then, as it must be, I can't accept. But what I can't accept are the unconscionable lengths to which Asahi went to achieve this outcome. Given his recent conduct and his apparent admiration for Xenos, it is plain he cannot be trusted. And that is to say nothing of the unexplained containers he insists on bringing to our meetings. Whatever the ambassador is planning, I think unlikely our negotiations will end peacefully. In the event of hostilities, the safety of the conscripts must be our first concern, and as such, I would have an escape route in place before the meeting begins. A wise precaution. If the main structure of Castrum Flumminus is to the stage for the exchange, then I believe a thorough inspection is in order. The Citadel has stood empty since the Imperial withdrawal. While we took steps to ensure that it could not be defended by an occupying force, it's entirely possible that the ambassador has arranged their thing to be his advantage. I will slip inside and make certain we have an uninterrupted exit. Pray allow me to join you then. I have some experience of Imperial facilities, and should matters take a turn for the worse, I would hope to at least be of some use. Very good. There should be enough to guarantee us a way out of the castrum. Beyond that, however, we will need to ship to ferry the conscripts back to the Enclave. Even with every skiff we have, it will take several trips to evacuate everyone. A Confederate Sekibune, on the other hand, would only require a single run, and leave us far less vulnerable on the water, assuming, of course, Rasho can be convinced to part with one. Might I take the lead on this? I've had dealings with Rasho and his pirates before, and I won't be alone, will I, Bastion? You can count on me. You can count on me like 1, 2, 3, I'll be there. Much appreciated. I quite fancy parleying with pirates again. It's just a shame Lise won't be there to apprise her role. Oh, I'm certain you would make a persuasive pair, but I think I will accompany you to these negotiations all the same. My lord, the ruler of Doma should not be seen consorting with common brigands. Come now, Yugiri. We stood against the Empire. If we should ask their aid once more, we must treat them as equals. Our presence shall serve to demonstrate our sincerity. Indeed, my lord. Pray forgive my presumption. By your leave, Master Alphnode, and I shall be about our task. What's the... There's 2 Game of Thrones, right? There's Game of Thrones, and that went for like, what, 8 seasons? And then there's like another show that I heard was not as good, but not as terrible. And we should be on our way to Onokoro. Miss Short and Rasho may take some convincing. Where are we heading now? Oh, he's like, Are we, like, not even in the vicinity here? We must not be. Alright, let's just take the easy route. Teleport my fat ass over. To the Ruby Sea we go. Of course, you'd be upstairs, making me work my ass off. Thought I missed like the porter there. Too many stairs. Like, how about an elevator? What that? Much to ask? All this engineering that they put in for these stairs, surely they could have figured out a lift system with some ropes. Now there's a face I did not expect to see. What brings the noble Lord of Doma into the company of bilge rats such as we? If you've come to offer domain chains in place of Gallian ones, then I'm afraid you've wasted a trip. Ah, what fine subjects you would make. With the fleets at our disposal, our restoration efforts will be hastened tenfold. But let's speak seriously. I stand before you not to demand your fealty, but to request your aid once more. This guy's got taped ribs like DDP. Mayhap you are confused. Doma's liberation was but a means to an end. We aided you only to save ourselves. Now we have no such incentive. We have sworn no oath to you, and we will not come running like hounds at the master's whistle. A fellow recharged yellow enjoyer, Jaizu. Yes, I was going to play that last night, but my in-laws pulled a Kramer and pulled the old drop-by last night. But the hope is still there. I'm enjoying my first intake into the Pokemon world, so forever the enjoyer. I will get back to it, I promise you. I'm on like what, third I was gonna say dungeon, third gym, second gym. I'm at a gym. I'm in a new city. We'll get there. You know, for a second there, I actually recognized this. Hold on a second. Your name. Are you not the person who made Recharged Yellow? Am I having a moment? I love it. As someone who's never played Pokemon before, and I wanted to get in with yellow. People directed me to you. I'm flabbergasted. I at the beginning I just thought you were some viewer, and I was like, yeah, I'm sure they've been here before. And I was like, wait, I recognize that name. Thank you for the work you've done. I am envy and jealous. And thank you for making such a wonderful product. I love it. And thank you for dropping on in. For Christ's sakes. Royalty around here. Despite the fact that nobody else probably sees you talking, they're like, wait, who is Yaim Jordan talking to? This is the world of multi-streaming now, as you'd guess, but no, I appreciate you making it. That's fantastic. And oh, Mrs. Biscuit's coming on in, yes. I will take the part of Mrs. Biscuit's playing it as well. The product is nothing without the players, so thank you for featuring it. I mean, the little bit that enjoy it, the more I can spread the good nature of it, I'm happy more people enjoy it. Thank you for making it. I really do appreciate that. And I would not presume to treat you thus. I come to petition your cooperation as an ally of equal standing. Equal standing, you say? Seems a little lopsided to me. Where's the profit for us in all of this? Profit? Must you always be thinking in short-sighted terms? Have you ever heard of doing the right thing? Oh, I will say Mrs. Biscuits is going to kill me for this. Mrs. Biscuits is going to kill me for this, but I feel like I have to mention this. So having never played Pokemon before, and I was going on about how I know of Bulbasaur, Charizard, Squirtle, and then of course you get lovable Pikachu, which I love. And so many people were sharing with me of oh, how do you get the other starters in this game? And so a few people did not realize that I guess you would sort of change the way from the original game into yellow of how you would get, say, Bulbasaur, Charizard, or Squirtle. I'm happy to announce that I was able to get Bulbasaur relatively easily in the forest. I was able to defeat all of the trainers around the terrible forest. And then a like-minded fellow gave me Bulbasaur free of charge, and he's great. He's fantastic. So, yes, as we do here, we just gotta throw everyone under the bus. But it's a good bus. If anyone can be run over by a bus, it's terrible Trump, and I should have thrown him in there. It's the best bus to be run over, the Jordan bus. Have you ever heard of pirates? Sometimes. Well, you'd be fine, and we're so simple souls. Bail our teeth. Tenth? Isn't that what people pay to churches or something? Anyways, you sail in peace, deny us our due, and we take it by force. We'll pull you out of the water, and if we see you drowning, well, we're not in the business of doing anything wrong. No, shake your head. No one wants to deal with pirates. I am the captain now. Calm yourself, Mistress Alice. We didn't come here to moralize, we came here to talk. And there's more to be said. According to our records recovered after the liberation, relatives of your born brethren were among the most conscripted of the Imperial Army. And as you may be aware, we recently renegotiated the return of said conscripts. Many will arrive to find no families waiting for them, no homes to grant them shelter. I would ask you to offer them a place in the Confederacy. You would not be rescuing strangers, but welcoming brothers and sisters into your ranks. And has not the Confederacy been in need of new recruits? They have, but yeah, we could use a couple of new bodies. You seem well informed of our affairs, Lord Hien. The losses we suffered at the Garlean's hands are no secret. But since we drove them out of Doma, the Ruby Sea has come alive with traders and travelers. So many vessels to tax. So few pirates to tax them. We could do some more hands on deck, and Deadly so, they're familiar with the inner workings of the Empire. Mrs. Biscuits, I think you got off lucky there. I think Jaizu came in with the thank you and you were okay. But I wouldn't have been able to live with myself if I hadn't brought that up. Very well. Confederacy agrees to your request. You can have your ship. And thank you for hopping on into the YouTube side of things. I appreciate that. It wasn't just him and you throwing me under the bus. Gee, I mean, maybe a bus is a little on the light side, right? Maybe a tank, an Airbus, if you will. No, it's absolutely understandable, Biscuits, with sort of everything that's been going on. It's unfortunate. But before that, you must do something for me. The vessel I have in mind was damaged during your battle with the Empire, and though we have mended her, she's not declared seaworthy yet. So, this is a typical MMO fetch quest. Go and get yourself 17,000 piles of wood so we can erect this boat once more, right? Assuming you want your people to stay dry, do me the favor of swimming around the... Oh my god, do you want me to swim? Oh, fuck's sakes. I hate the water. Not this domin lord. If we inspect each third of the ship, it shall be done in a thrice. That's the spirit. Ship's moored at the quick speak spear. Try that again, English. Quick escape pier. Our apprentice shipwrights on the deck, and you'll hear our report. His name's Ihanashi. Is he a wrestler for AEW? He might be. And I thought I had the knack for parleying with pirates. My record with previous attempting unmitigated success. And yes, I should have quit while I was ahead. Yes, you should have, Alice. Why did Lord Hien sort of thrust the penis towards Alice while giving that hearty belly laugh? I think only RJD has the answer to that one. Well, I thought the rumors exaggerated, but the young lord lives up to his reputation. Oh God, don't spill! Give myself a concussion. All right, where are we heading now? Inspect the hull. It's got to be around here, right? Just head. Wait, where's the water? I see water over here. Is a ship over here? I don't see a ship over here. Am I surrounded by water? You know the saying, water, water everywhere. So let's all have a drink. Yeet! That's our ship. Don't die. Ah, there's our quick escape pier. Can I just jump into the water? There we go. This is some good water. You know, a crack. God damn it, that's the last thing we need. I didn't know bunnies could swim. At least the three of us are all in here. Like, I'm not just the only loser just inspecting the fucking boat here. Do you think this has a what do you call it? The place on a boat where you poop. A poop deck, right? Do you think this has a poop deck? Should. I think I'm a little bit more mad that you don't actually poop on the poop deck. Like, why would you call it such a thing? Hi, I'm the shipwright, or apprentice shipwright. You find anything that might need attention? Well, the inspection Alice saw was good enough. And on the port side near the bow, you're gonna have to take a little bit of a look-see. Otherwise, we're all gonna be swimming with the fishies. My apologies, I seem to have lagged behind. I could float in the gentle sea all day, but no visible cracking in the section of the hull that Lord Bobby Heenan checked. You're Lord Heenan? The captain sent you to inspect the hull? I mean, have mercy, forgive us this discourtesy, my lord. It's what, all right. In fact, I rather enjoyed it. I take it you are of Doma. Yes, my lord. The Imperials took my father away with the uprising, and I had nowhere else to turn. The Confederacy became my family. But someone told me they're releasing the conscripts now. Maybe my father will be among them. Not that I can go back. There's no leaving once you have joined. How fares our lady? Is she seaworthy? That's big, man. Captain, we found a small crack in the port side, but I'll have it fixed before you know it. I see you've met the boy. Did he tell you his story? He babbles when he's nervous. Should his father be among the conscripts, as he hopes, I mean to give him the choice to leave his life, if so he chooses. I expect you to see they are provided for. I have heard for those who have joined the Confederacy forswear all ties with kin and homeland. Is that an oath so easily put aside? If I allow it. I see him in the lad I was 25 years ago. You say the words, you mean them, but the yearning for home still lingers. My family is long dead, and I know this life is my lot, but he has scarcely dipped his toes with us. If there's a life for him in Doma, he should have the chance to live it. Well said. The Empire's conquest has uprooted many and more, but in Yanxia, and out in the Ruby Sea, we have a duty to ensure that Irinashi and the others like him are able to free and dwell where they desire. When the matter is settled, I will make preparations to cast off. Well, my friends, it seems we have our ship. Let's return to the Enclave. Back and forth, my goodness. Where's the Enclave? Do I have to walk far? God damn it, it's too far away. I gotta try and make a point of playing this somewhat today. Or tomorrow. Or this weekend, so I can, like, level up something. Not that I'm, like, overly sick and tired of playing, like, either Red Mage or Gunbreaker, but, like, I would like to have something to be able to fall back on a little bit. Yeah, like, what's the closest level I got? Samurai I haven't touched. Dragoon or Machinist? Or I guess Dark... The problem is I don't want to... Healer and tank sort of scare me a little bit. Because, like, the problem is, like, you level those up and then you get to the point of, like, oh, like, now I have to do a dungeon and I can't rely upon Wolfslayer and Biscuits and anybody else that may be wanting to try and help me, like, because, you know, you gotta have something to offer. Do you get any type of severance or anything, Biscuits? Or is it like, is it unfortunately sort of like a Band-Aid situation of just like right off and that's just sort of what it is? And you don't have to answer with me. I know I'm asking some relatively personal stuff here. And it's all really super new. It always sucks of when stuff like that happens. And if you just need me to slap myself again, just say the word, free of charge. Or at least I'll charge Cartesian Cat for it. Someone's got to pay the piper. Still on the clock, we'll definitely be having a strong drink. Make it 2 for crying out loud. I'll know for sure that I'll be having a strong drink for you. I'm gonna pop open my green apple whiskey. You know, only once reserved for when we see credits, but I think it's due. Let's go to the passage of the Enclave. I always think that's like the hardest thing of like, and although I've been super lucky to have never been let go from a job, knock on all of the wood around, being told that you're being laid off ahead of time and then still having to work for that period of time is like, it's got to be weird. Like, I've seen people like who quit jobs, quit at the dildo factory, they put in their 2 weeks notice and they've been told to leave like immediately just because of, you know, the secrets of the dildo factory and whatnot. You know, as long as they're compensated and everything, like, I guess that's fine, but like, usually when people are unfortunately let go and, you know, they're trying to do their best of at least giving you some type of notice, like usually it's like, all right, you're done, see you later. But, you know, at least you can work in way in things of getting your anything that you relatively needed off of your work stuff and whatnot, and, you know, hopefully positive thoughts go for you. Are we here to call on upon a Hancock again? Nope, Bobby Heenan. Seems Uguri and Alphinaud have completed their task. They've been waiting. We scouted the structure and determined the swiftest path to safety in the event of hostilities. We will lead the conscripts outside with all possible haste. From there, the Confederacy has pledged to ship to ferry us on across the One River. Now that we have to attend the exchange and pray to Kami, these precautions were unnecessary. Sure. Give me my mind. The primary agreement. While we're putting our contingency plan in place, I left Hakuro in charge of organizing transport of the Imperial prisoners. He will see they arrive at the appointed hour, leaving us free to rendezvous with our Confederate allies. Come, they wait us at the riverbank not far from the castrum. Is this like upcoming dungeon time? Oh, let's see here. It just never ends. It's always wait, no, that's got to be relatively. Still nowhere near where I am somehow. Cartesian Cat, make sure you yourself have a drinky poo for Cartesian Cat. I can't be drinking for everybody. I mean, I will, but I can't. But I will. Ah, get over the road. Fuck. You're out of beer. Well, who said you had to have beer? First of all, how dare you? Are you out of alcohol? That's a terrible thing. Like, surely you must have some type of, like, isopropyl alcohol around, right? I heard RJD mixes that in with his 7-Up. Just so we all know we're kidding here, do not be mixing isopropyl alcohol or whatever the fuck wording it is with anything, okay? Stick to hand sanitizer. That's where it's at. You have a whole liquor cabinet and wines, but meh. I hear ya. When you want a beer, you want a beer. Sometimes, you know, the hard liquor isn't where it's at. I'm not sure if I have the ingredients, but I may ask Wolf to make you a Long Island. I feel in all these situations, if you do not have the ingredients, Wolf should go and get you the ingredients. After I clean up that one ship, these are the ships that you give me? These fucking dinghies? Are we ready for what lies ahead? I trust. Lest there be any confusion though, the tower across the water is to be the scene of the exchange, and whatever else Asahi has planned. But regardless of the ambassador's intentions, we will bring our people home. Yuguri, you are free to evacuate the conscripts at the first sign of trouble. Well, me, meanwhile, will cover the escape and lend what support we can. Your ship awaits at the Castrom's loading docks. See you safely home. Oh wait, are you sending me to the actual place where your ship was? I'm having to go back there? Motherfucker. I could make a rum and coke. Rum and coke hits the spot. I also love a Di Serono and coke. Or an Amaretto and coke. Di Serono is the brand, obviously, but I do love that as well. Red and white wine, but don't want to open a whole bottle. I'm with you. When I open a bottle, I tend to drink the bottle. So that's only for wine, just not for everything. I'm not opening up a fucking bottle of whiskey and downing the bottle.
The conclusion to these negotiations will mark a new beginning for Dorma and the Empire. A first step on the road to peaceful coexistence.
Indeed. We are ready to proceed with the exchange when you...
What is Havana Club? I've heard of that. What is that?
Forgive my curiosity, Ambassador, but is there a purpose to
Cuban rum, okay.
containers you bring with you?
Oh, the supply crates. They are filled with materials we hoped might be of use in Dorma's restoration. I meant to gift them to you at our last meeting, but we had so much else to discuss.
How very generous. I confess I had not expected such compassion, welcome though it is. But then I was also surprised.
Did rum go bad? I've had that bottle for more than a year.
Into your custody ahead of time.
I don't think so.
Discrepancy I shall.
I mean, as an enjoyer of alcohol, I rarely have alcohol sit around for that period of time. But I would assume that if the bottle is capped, like not necessarily properly sealed, but I mean, like, you know, if you had some and then put it away again for a year, I would assume it's okay. I mean, at worst, you have some and you're violently ill. That's just a normal weekday. But no, I don't think some. I mean, we could ask Goggle. Let me ask him right now. We'll get the answer for you. Okay, how about that? Hey, Goggle. Sorry. Hey, Google. Does rum go bad?
Rum, like...
What the fuck happened? Hey, Google. Hey, Google. Lovely phone. Hey, Google. Does rum go bad?
Rum, like other distilled spirits, has a very long shelf life and doesn't really go bad in the way that perishable foods do. However, the quality of rum can deteriorate over time, especially after the bottle has been opened. Here's a more detailed breakdown. Unopened rum. An unopened bottle of rum can last indefinitely if stored correctly. The high alcohol content.
That's all I needed to hear right there. That word. Indefinitely. You're more than fine, okay? I'm triggering everybody's Google Assistant. Let's do something else here. Hey, Xbox, turn off. Right? That should do something, right? I think Xbox has that. I don't know about PlayStation. Let's run that one as well. Hey, PlayStation, turn off. There, covered.
Are you perhaps referring to me, Lord Hien?
I hope you got the answer that you needed, Kat, though. Yeah, liquor's one of those apocalypse ready thing. Right, yeah, like, exactly. And like I said, if worse comes to worse, if you've got a little hand sanitizer around, a little squirt of that into the Coca-Cola, you're all right. It's got to be the alcoholic version, though, obviously, right? Oh,
Yotsuyu.
She's like returned right on into the bitch that she was before the house fell on her.
Orphan of the Nairi, widow of Sashihai.
I'm just happy that she's got her long cigarette thing rocking.
And acting Viceroy of Dorma. You and your people are mine to govern. Mine to punish!
Looks like we have a new queen. Burlap. Morty.
Well. It would seem your shattered mind is mended. As per our agreement with the ambassador, you are free to return with him to the Empire.
It seems like these agreements are much like the current agreements between Canada, Mexico, and the United States of America. They don't exist, even though you signed them off.
Your authority as acting viceroy, however, is no longer recognized here.
You're gonna warn me. You wait for this next thing, it's probably gonna be a long one. What do you mean my wait for my next thing? I have like a half an hour I can play from this point exactly. So it sounds like I probably will not be able to do a dungeon. A trial! Alright, sounds like I won't be able to do the trial today though. Is it an 8-person trial? Okay. We were ranting too much yet again.
My position is not for you to decide, little lordling. All who resist the rule of the Empire must be purged. Such was the order given to me by Lord Xenos himself.
So is this still not one of those things where they have changed, like that you can do it with NPCs?
I will reign here in this putrid.
Yeah, if that works for the timing,
last of you has
that's
been
fine,
broken.
Biscuits. Like I said, if I wanted to do it for my own self, I could do it later. But I'm here for the story stuff. So like, if you want to do it unsynced, we could certainly do that.
This land shall know no dawn. I will spew forth
That way it gets done, and it's done in the time that we need,
eternal
right?
night, and high above you I shall shine, uncaring, cold,
All right, that sounds good.
distant as the moon.
I mean, you know, Kat, I'm always looking out for you, especially when it comes to alcohol.
What has she done?
Oh gods, this is a summoning.
Alright. Music's always important. I didn't know she could fucking fly. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Which summon is it? Oh god, it's Majora's Mask. Wait, did she turn into the icon? She did. Super sexy. And she's got a longer cigarette. Moon Bun.
A Dorman citizen has called forth an icon in direct violation of our primary agreement. The negotiations have failed. Abandon the captives and make preparations to withdraw.
Not that I didn't see this coming, but the fact that this guy's sister has become an icon, and he has somehow written in our agreement that if an icon would show up, that the negotiations failed, despite the fact that he knew this was exactly going to happen. Fuck me in the ass.
But Ambassador!
Wolf actually got you a gorgeous print of her. I'll have to find it. I haven't put it up yet. And share a pic on the Discord. I do love pics on the Discord.
Disobey me, Pilus, and you disobey the Emperor. Make preparations to withdraw! Now!
Unless he didn't know that she was going to turn into an icon, which I don't buy.
As you command.
I would buy a vowel from Pat Sajak before I would believe this guy.
My lord, you must fall back.
Which icon is she?
You ask me to run?
Leave this to me. They're both the same answer.
Against such a foe, I would be more hindrance than help. The field is yours.
So this is still sort of like, again, one of those problems of like, someone like myself running through story
We will
content.
withdraw, but not without our countrymen. I want
You might
every
have to
soul
wait
accounted
30
for.
plus minutes
Every
for a queue.
My lord.
Like, should we try to see if we get a group? Or should we just go right for the
I see now
the bypass?
the strength which flows from that baleful light of yours.
I don't know how you fix this.
But I have become Skrioni, goddess of the moon and divinity of night. What power can compare to
She's a new one for Final Fantasy. She's essentially taken on the visage of an actual Japanese god. Certainly looks like it. A little bit of dark, a little bit of light. Got the fan thing. Got a long cigarillo. She's living good life.
I shall plunge all I despise into darkness. And within that black abyss, even your light shall flicker and fail. Come, let us cast a
I think it's best if we just probably just do it unsynced.
I see a future in which the
And I'll just stand there and watch and listen to the pretty music.
once and for all.
Castrum Fluminous. Alright, the good old friend list. Invite to the party hearty. Close that, open this, and I think I have to go up to this. Is it unrestricted party? Is that the thing I want? Confirm. Now I'm going to assume I don't have to do anything here, right? Sit back and enjoy the party. Oh, I'll still attack? Alright, I'll touch my keyboard. Roll my head around it every once in a while. Avoid things that are in red, I assume. Oh, secondhand smoke is a giant killer in today's age. How dare you? Let's fuck them up there, biscuits. Oh god, there's a fan! Oh god. No one said I had to heal myself. Music is great though. Ow! I'm trying to heal myself. Sounds like some Nier Automata stuff. Get them all together for you. Ow. Oh, so that's the other guy that they were talking about earlier, right? Oh, the music, the everything about this is awesome sauce. This bangs. I don't know what this moon above me means, so I'm just gonna pretend it's something I can ignore. Yeah, I would expect that to hit me and leave a fucking mark. Now is my time to shine. Just sit here and relax. Watch this dragoon do her little thing. That's the important thing right there. Boy, if you weren't gonna get a seizure sometime, now is the time. It even looks like even you yourself are taking quite a bit of damage. I mean, I know you're DPS and you know it's working out well, but there's a couple of things that really spanked you pretty good here. Bravo. Well done, biscuits. The important thing is, I tried. She does. She does. Hey, look at that. I'm right back to where we were. I still got poetics out of that? That is hilarious. That does seem like not overly too difficult based upon like what we saw there. Like, you know, if everyone did their right thing, they could probably, we could probably figure life out there. Let's bounce on out. That song, yeah, very good, and like in the dungeon, the colors, the trees, everything looked really good there. Meow. Oh, a shooter right in the kidney. Brother. Oh.
You really must learn to finish this.
This guy let a cat out. Sorry, cat was bugging.
'Tis true that a gaudy mirror and a handful of crystals make for a feeble summoning. But even the weakest icon is a god of sorts. A threat that must be put down.
I outside, like, I saw the moon, it looked like it just spread the arena in half. One was in light, one was in dark. I don't know if there was something of like, oh, if you know, if there's a setting that you're supposed to be in light or dark or whatever. A couple moments it looked like everyone should have like all ganged up. So I don't know if like if I would have been saved on that one aspect of like if I would have grouped up on you to share the damage. I don't know. Like sometimes those things are like they're meant for 4 or 8 people to soak up the damage, not 2 people, whatever. But job accomplished. And for time and sense of purposes, that's why we did it here.
My, such hostility. These beings are the sworn enemies of the Empire. I merely did my duty as an Imperial officer. Will you surrender to anger then? Slay
those eyes.
Wounded emissary to avenge a fallen foe.
Those are like those 1,000-year stare eyes.
You cannot, of course! To do so would burn the bridges we have labored so hard to build.
I want to hit this guy in his penis so hard.
But I'm forgetting. They're already ash.
This Dorman woman has seen to that. The Empire cannot ally itself with any nation that refuses to renounce summoning. I believe I was most clear on that point.
Wait, so you want people to be freely summoning things? Despite when you summoned Ultima, Omega? Didn't really work out for you guys?
It should have been mine. The power he bestowed upon her.
Oh, is he mad that he didn't get
I
a
should
summon?
have been the one to govern Dorma. I would have repaid his faith.
No one alive loves him more than I!
Instead, this harlot betrayed his trust. Useless piece of filth! Worthless whore!
Thank you, dear brother, for this precious gift. Vengeance. These people, our people, they ignore the corruption which festers beneath the surface. Cast aside that which is dirty and broken. Speak not of things which would disrupt their dreary little lives.
It's broke your heart. I feel so bad for her, all told. She's a real bitch, but she was done dirty from the start. Ew, it's these worms. Yeah. Arcadia, how are ya?
Like you, Asahi. Always pretending not to see.
I will say,
You were the first. The first I swore to kill.
where did those katanas come from? Yeah, as you said before, the mask really off moment of Asahi that shows the wheels in motion for the story. I didn't think, and you were so right, when I was talking it through in my head, I was like, you can sort of tell it didn't smell right. It didn't pass the smell test. There was something up with Asahi, but like he played the card right in front of the people he needed to. And even though that I said immediately afterwards, I was like, look, guys, there's something not right about this guy. We're like, look, there's other things in play. We need to play our part so that we get our captives freed, right? They could have long played it, but at the same time, it made perfect sense too. This could have gone so many different ways.
Such bliss. I had thought my hunger insatiable. But now I am satisfied.
This game is so weird with its use of blood. Like, it uses it at very specific times to really sell a point, and I get that. But earlier in the stream, when was it Neros had come on in the flashback of Asahi, and he strikes down all of those soldiers, and like not a lick of blood. It's a little weird. Of like, you give the portrayal of like that you want to be a PG game. Like, oh, show no blood, like, you know they're dead, but, nothing happens. But then, like, you will happily show this moment of where, like, you literally are throwing 2 katanas into this man's back. And he's spewing out blood out of his mouth onto Yotsuyu's hand. And so I'm very confused about the use of it, but it still plays. You don't want to get that in your mouth, otherwise you need a Need to get that HIV shot.
You should feel honored, dear brother. I saved the last of my strength, just for you.
That was really good. Now the two of them are fucking gone. Gotsuyu is not going to be happy.
What's the matter? The Witch of Doma will soon be dead.
Is she herself referring to her as the Witch of Doma? Okay. Oh God, I would never, wait. I feel like these are both sort of the same answer, but not. Like this is using her second name of where they were like, oh, she's gonna live a new life. But I was just gonna bring up, not that I don't believe that she sort of had some type of weird amnesia, but I feel like her normal self was always lingering, excuse me, in the background, always. It never truly went away. Jutsetsu will mourn you.
He will mourn to you, perhaps. I wonder.
She looks at peace.
Was the fruit as sweet as he remembered?
She had a horrendous childhood and was molded to be the abhorrent thing she became. Doesn't excuse it, but she didn't deserve. No. It's one of those long bad people things of like, they didn't deserve what they got, but they played their role. What happened. You can't change it. Let's give her a proper burial and
Lord Xenos.
And throw this guy into a volcano if we can. Oh fuck, I've had 8 flashbacks today. They've been really good in explaining the story though. Very good. Like filling in those bits and pieces.
I am at your disposal.
If I am to believe, I thought I saw him briefly, and I'll just click them out. This is the guy that we saw earlier that wanted to be left alone. It had question marks for his name, but I'm yes, same person.
Asai, you were born of Doma.
So Xenos was the guy we saw previously that wanted to be left alone by the guards earlier.
Yes, my lord.
It's all coming together.
I am honored that you would remember me. How may I serve?
You are hereby appointed Ambassador Plenipotentiary and empowered to speak with the voice of the Emperor. Return to your native land of Doma and announce your intention to sue for peace.
For peace?
Once negotiations are underway, you are to locate the acting viceroy.
She lives? That is to say, I will, my lord.
So he's referring to Yotsuyu there, right? So at this point in time, he does not know that she lives. So he's under the impression that she was crushed under the castle. Yet the other guy knows better.
When you have found her, you will initiate a ritual to call forth an icon. I will instruct you in the necessary steps. Yotsuyu's faith is unreliable, but as a child raised to believe in the kami, she will serve as a vessel for one of the Kojin's gods.
Interesting.
She need only wish it to be so.
And then he gives him the mirror.
The power will seem a gift, but the icon's essence will consume her. She will be no more than a husk, a slave to whim and desire.
So the second he gave her that mirror, it was over. That sucks.
My lord, ever since the day you saw fit to save my miserable life, I have dreamed of repaying your benevolence. Upon my honor, I swear to devote myself wholly to your service. All that you command will be done, no matter the cost.
So just so I'm making sense here, the guy he's talking to now was the guy that was in the armor that saved him in the other flashback when everyone was giving him shit. The guy that exchanged out the gun blade for a katana, right? This is him without all the flashy Darth Vader armor, right? Before they knew who he was.
But I fear the subtleties of your plan yet elude me. From the reports I have heard, the champion who aids the Doman resistance would make short work of a single icon.
The icon is merely a message. The pacifist teachings of the Populares spread through this city like a plague. And I would remind the people of the threat we face.
This guy fucking knew what was going on all along.
You will be my chosen agent. The hand which tolls the warning bell. The salvation of this world will not be won through the signing of treaties.
Your chosen agent. I will not fail you, my lord. My master, Lord Xenos, he will come for you.
You have prevailed, I see.
Oh, fancy timing here. How convenient.
She is gone.
She's gone.
Wherefore did the kami spare us, only to inflict this pain?
That poor man. What, did they send in the coroner?
Death shall not want for company this day.
These people work
spared us a
fast.
worse disaster. But I fear our fledgling peace with the Empire was beyond saving.
Lord Hien!
Is everybody 9 feet tall around here?
Maxima, is it not? I assumed you longed
I was gonna say, didn't he work for Asahi?
I entertain thoughts of escape even now. But our negotiations have yet to reach a satisfying conclusion. The ambassador insisted that the summoning spelled an end to our mission here. But it seemed to me there was more to the tale.
Saw a vision of Asahi's past.
I have heard tell of this power you wield. And in your vision, you witnessed Lord Xenos giving these orders.
I did.
But how can that be? Xenos is dead. He took his own life after the battle in Alamigo.
He is not dead.
I saw his body with my own eyes.
Maybe a body double, I don't know.
Forgive me, but Lord Xenos is very much alive. He granted our party an audience prior to our departure. That he was gravely wounded is certain, but his recovery appeared to be proceeding apace.
I'm afraid I share Lord Hien's confusion. The man's death was confirmed and his remains interred. These are matters of public record.
Well, he's not.
I have no doubt you believe what you say.
A body double, perhaps?
But what then is the explanation? That an imposter has infiltrated the innermost circle of the Imperial Court? The idea is inconceivable, absurd. But worthy of
This sounds like a Weekend at Bernie's situation. Okay? They've replaced him with some other dead guy, and there's just the puppets behind the strings, yo, just acting out a good vacation.
Your efforts may yet bear fruit. Tell me, what is to become of our prisoner exchange? Though we have already taken custody of our conscripts, we have yet to release your Imperial comrades. Do you still intend to collect them?
Yes. As the late ambassador's second in command, it falls to me to speak on the Empire's behalf. And I'm happy to confirm.
And look at that, at the end, the deal concludes as is. Couple deaths in there, of course.
Then let us be about it. 'Twould be a pity to abandon such a promising beginning.
Indeed. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. As soon as our people are secure aboard our airship, we shall depart straightways for Garlemald.
Tread lightly, Pilus. I sense treachery awaits you there.
Might I accompany you to the capital?
Alphino, have you gone mad?
You're just gonna roll on with him, the enemy.
Imposter or no, if Xenos was instructing Asahi on the finer points of ritual summoning, then experience tells us there is an Asian waiting in the wings. Without our knowledge and expertise, our new friends will be hard-pressed to contend with a foe for whom death is but a minor inconvenience. They need...
Oh, fuck. They need our
Were you
help.
indeed willing to share your knowledge of this enemy, we would not shun your counsel.
You truly mean to do this? In full knowledge of the danger?
I have seen the Warrior of Light risk his life on countless occasions. Next to him, I'm scarce more than a distraction on the battlefield.
Don't bring the Warrior of Light into this. I'm just a bunny.
In the meeting room or the
A
audience
hot
chamber, there I
bunny.
can make a difference. I can strike bargains, forge ties, and change minds. And where better to do these things than in the home of our old enemy?
This is your moment, Alphino.
'Tis not for me to stop you. But I would have you consider an alternative arrangement. Rather than braving the Empire as a simple traveler, go forth as an emissary of Doma. Such a position should offer you some measure of protection.
Go then. You've obviously made up your mind.
Alice is not happy.
Just try not to do anything reckless, all right?
I shall be on my best behavior. Farewell, my friends.
Looks confident, though. For fear of having another longer cutscene while talking to Lord Hien, I am going to bounce out, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you. We got a lot done today. That was great. I'm gonna try and maybe play some Pokemon on the weekend. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see where the weekend takes me. I know, you know, it's Mother's Day on Sunday, and you know, we'll see what the weekend is. I you know, try to maybe have something, maybe, and you know, just have an eye on the Discord, or have an eye on the Twitch notifications. We'll try to get something, you know, a couple hour stream if we can. But I would love to get back on into it. I mean, for fuck's sakes, I had the fucking developer of the fucking game come in here. We gotta do what we can. As always, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for coming on in, and Biscuits, do not apologize. You didn't dampen anyone's moods. It sucks when anybody gets laid off. But as always, it's time for me to bid adieu and say goodbye and good night. We'll see you later, guys. All the best. Have a good weekend if I don't see ya. Bye-bye, everybody. Later, taters.